Okay, my friends, welcome. Welcome, everybody, to this League of Legends stream, where I'm going to be doing something new today, which is always exciting. Always exciting, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Test Rick. Okay. Bum ba-dum bum. Welcome, my friends. Welcome, my friends. I'll fix the stream chat right up. What time it is? 7 a.m. It's the best time of the day. It's the best time of the day. It's the best time of the day. Oh, I don't have... Man, why is it pink? I don't have the deathfire touch. Okay. Okay. There we go. Soon the Twitch the YouTube chat is also gonna work. It's also gonna work. This is just so, you know, it just works. Let me tell you, the cube just works. It immediately personifies anything I put here. Like, for example, this, right? You know, what am I doing? What is going on here? What is going on here? Okay. Just immediately works. Biscuit, for example, that's it. Does your cardboard box fit around the cube perfectly? Oh, I get the reference. That's an old reference. I don't have it. You know, I should get it, by the way. I should build it in Blender. What are you thinking about this rune? Do you mean the cookie? Nothing. It's a good rune. You know, I might not use it anymore because of the deathfire touch, but you know. Yeah, I don't have the deathfire touch. I do have summoner spells. I have champions. I do have abilities also. For example, can you guess this ability? Can you guess what this is? Guys, guess it. Guess it. Bondle. Icon. Ability. Yes, we are playing the new Burn Rune today. Yes. I don't have the box anymore, no. Make it so the hat lifts and gets placed on top of the items when you buy them. I'll keep that in mind. It's a little bit tough to do it right now, but yeah. Azir ult. Okay, well played. How did you all know that? To be fair, probably those of you who knew answered it. Okay, okay, I'll give you something hard. That's what she said, but I'll give you... Okay, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. No, it's giving away who am I picking, but it's not gonna be Ambessa, okay? You're gonna know it because it's like the color scheme is pretty easy to see. This one. That's what he said, yeah? Sometimes that's what he said. Belveth, yeah, correct. That's the correct one. Don't get your hopes up like too much. This could not... It's possible that it won't do as much damage as Comet, especially with the Comet Comet thing. Is this common? Early stream? No. And I'm gonna stream for a long time, like 4 hours at least, because I wanna see these. I wanna see these changes. I wanna see how they work. You know. See now, Braum ult looks like a Nivea ice wall. Let me check. Where's Braum? This is Brand, Braum. Yeah, I guess it does. Let's check where's a Nivea ice wall. You know, you can... They are different, but yeah. This type of duel already exists, correct? Where you are... where you are finding these... You're trying to guess these icons, right? Yes, new patch is up, but it's on PBE. No, as in Braum icon looks like a game ice wall. I don't get it. Like Braum's icon? His face icon? This one? Ice wall looks good for the talking cube. Oh, okay, so in-game, I get it. I get what you mean now. I've seen Boss play something like that. Yeah, it definitely exists. But, you know, I can do it on stream. Can you guess... I'm gonna give you something really hard, okay? I'm gonna give you something really hard. Boom. Can you guess what this is?
I will make use of your corpse.
I honestly don't even know what this is. Will of the Ancients. We got a top GOG over here. Yeah, I don't even know what that is, so I'm gonna take your word for it. I remember Will of the Ancients. I remember something like that, so you're gonna have to fact check that because the game is starting and I need to turn off the lobby because otherwise it's gonna be over this thing, and I also need to change my icon back to the Yorick one. It's the Bible. Yeah, it could be the Bible. I've never read the Bible. I hear it's really boring. I was watching documentary. I was listening. Man, everybody's doing the deathfire, even though it doesn't make sense for their champion, right? I think for Yorick, Comet might outperform it. Comet might outperform it. Oh, you don't see the in-game yet, but you'll see it later, I think. It's gonna load in. It's gonna load in soon. Soon enough. Okay. There we go. Ooh, the chat isn't visible now. Now it is. When did you first play Doom? When I was 7, maybe 8, something like that. Yeah. And I was watching a documentary about Vikings, and it was the Middle Ages, of course. And a lot of the times they talked about Vikings invading some lands above or around United Kingdom, England. And very often they just kind of passing by mentioned that, oh, you know what? You know what's interesting into Ambessa? It's the one that... Actually, no. For now, since it's Ambessa, I'm not going to do anything crazy. That the monks just went away from England to random islands just to be alone. And man, that just sounds top G. Just total top G. I don't even, you know, what's the craziest platform you ever played Doom? Mine was the pregnancy test. What? I was about to say that I played it on my Nokia N95 phone during classes in school, because that's what I did. But if you played it on some kind of electronic pregnancy test, is if I understand correctly what you even mean, that's pretty insane. Okay. Okay. There's a little bit of lag going on for me. Hopefully it's not gonna be too because I'm on PBE. It's quite oops, don't do it. There we go. It's quite crazy. By the way, Q37, not that bad, and that's just Q. That's only the beginning, boys. It's only the beginning, boys. I'll have to look into that. Oh, she got level 2. Okay. A little bit unlucky. A little bit of an unlucky miss over there. Okay. The items are indeed on my head. There's some best. Sometimes on PBE we have these players who are just good. And she's gonna mess with me now because I missed a couple of my E's. With ease. Okay, 71. At this stage in the match, if all the comets hit her, I would say it would be more than this. But comets very often in top lane do not hit. Okay. Do the ghouls even do the burn or not? Hopefully they do. If they don't, then that's it. That's it for the rune. Because I don't... Whoops. That's just it for the rune. If they don't, then that's GG for it, man. And I end the stream. Obviously, I don't end the stream. I will play with Comet. But, yeah. I thought that it's a no-brainer that Yorick actually... The ghouls do trigger it. Okay. Smacked me? That's a very low damage ability when she smacks it like that. Oh no, it looks like they don't apply it. Okay. Oh, they do. They do. Whew. Okay, fine. Okay. Gotta get that level 6 because this Ambessa is stressing me a bit. Oh, almost. Almost got her. That's a little bit unlucky. Hey, 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 hey. Well, Ambessa, why are you embarrassing yourself like that? It's still pretty bad for me because it's freezing. But, you know. Yeah. It is a scaling rune. 100% it's a scaling rune. We'll see what happens once the once the numbers start to come in from Leandri's and stuff. Leandri's numbers are not going to come in, but Scorch, yes, it's not good in the early game. If Scorch does the same, definitely. Comet probably would have done better by now. But we'll see. We'll see. Later, it supposedly is working later. Okay. It supposedly is working later. Unfortunately, I can't really do much about this right now. Yeah. I can just smack one more time and then leave. But Ambessa is also a champion where you can't really fight her early, so you're not going to even be doing that much damage. Especially now, once she gets level 6, I have to just sit back. Oh my lord. Yeah, should have been more careful. I was reading the Scorch numbers and now I think I'm just gonna die. Unfortunately. Oh, no, there's no way. Smack. There we go. Deathfire? Do your job? Okay. And almost. Okay. Now it's finally doing more than Scorch. Right? The ping is pretty big, yeah. I can't do anything about it. I think the server is in Chicago. I don't think that actually is true. Deathfire? Burnin'? How much has she done? 295? 294, okay. A little bit more than I have. So. Okay. Don't want to get ganked by that Teemo. My ignite is coming soon, so there's gonna be a little more burning happening. But if she gets on me, especially with level 7, as I don't have it, it's gonna be a big prob. There we go. I'll just wait for the E. Oh no, is Teemo coming or something? Almost denied it. Teemo, where are you? I was just, did you hear that sound? I was just pressing that ignite. There needs to be a way for you as my chat viewers to be able to switch my cube icon when you think that something interesting happened. For example, when the minions killed her, you should have been able to just, I don't know, somehow, let's say if 3 people at the same time, within the span of 2 seconds, let's say, if they type minion or something. Okay. My icon, whoops. My icon would change to a minion. Right? How is her ult back? I think that would be an interactive thing for chat, don't you think? Okay, 300 for now is not great. I know for a fact that Comet would have done more. Bro, what's with your last video where you say, imagine God being more stupid than the creators? Their creations. I know it was about humans creating eyes, but Comet was, what was that, bro? Well, it's nothing special. It's just imagine. You know? It's not meant as an offensive thing about God, you know. If you... for me, it's nothing special, you know. I think, okay, why wouldn't I be able to imagine that? You know, is that really that offensive? To my mind, it's not offensive at all, because... And even, you know, why would... Even if it turns out to be completely false, which it probably is, why would a powerful being be offended? Or, you know, it doesn't seem to be a problem at all, you know? Man, sometimes people are just offended. That's the thing, yeah, really dislike about religion. You know, it can be an interesting subject, religion. Whoops, okay. I need to fight because otherwise she's going to kill Maiden. It's an interesting subject, but people start to take it like really to heart, and they start to think like, man, don't offend me. It's a sacred thing. No, I'm really of the belief that if something's like true and real and big, it's impossible to offend it, you know? There we go, deathfire. Okay. I'll just recall just because I don't want to lose Maiden. But I'm curious, what do you mean by that, you know? Okay, yeah, if you're not offended, totally fine, you know. It's all good, but it's just a little bit weird that you would bring it up right now, because to me it felt like I was just talking, and sometimes people will bring things up as if it's like something incredibly like deep that I said, and sometimes it happens. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I say something that's randomly deep, but this was, you know, how does that catch you off guard? I guess it's an interesting idea, right? But okay, why wouldn't that? You know, again, it is totally possible, because I don't think so. Here's the way I work with AI. Very, 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 very often, I would say 95 times out of 100, what happens is AI writes something, and it's like a black box that I don't understand and have access to. I have access to it, but I don't have like the mental capacity to understand what he has made there, especially if it's a 2,000 line code, right? And that's exactly what I mean by creations being the AI being smarter than its creator, not as a human, not as like experientially smarter, but in that sense, it's like there's a black box created that only it understands, and you don't understand it. And in that sense, it is totally possible that you would be that this black box sort of gets out of hand. And it's sort of, somebody yesterday commented that we are not in a simulation, we are in a terrarium. And that's also, I think that's even more likely, because the terrarium thing is like, it makes more sense. It doesn't have to be a computer simulation for the creators to be less smart than their actual creations. It is possible that you code something, you create something, and it kind of gets a life on its own, and it just keeps improving itself, and you just don't know what's in that box. You just don't have the capacity to understand it, because it's just too complicated. And in that sense, we could be that, you know? We could be that. You know what it felt like? I was talking about that from the beginning of the video. I think it wasn't that random. The theme wasn't. Man, this Ambessa, she's playing pretty well, by the way. Whoop, okay. But I'm not liking the numbers on it so far. It's just not that good. Just not that good. I think I should have used different words. I shouldn't have said smarter, because people take offense when I say smarter. And I don't mean it like it's smarter, because it's clearly not. It cannot do things, and it does very, very, very stupid things all the time. But I should say something different. I should say like, oh man, yeah, you got your item. You got your item. You caught me off guard. A little bit of a cortisol spike over here, but it is what it is. I think if we go by the rules of yesterday... No, you know what? Does it do magic damage? I actually don't know what it does. No, I think that this is going to be okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have used the word smarter. Why are you playing so early in the morning? Gotta do it, man. What do you mean? What the... What sort of game dev are you part of? Solo project? Yes. It's called Look at the Screen. You can find it on Steam as a wishlist thing right now. For now. The black box is only because it's infeasible to iterate through all the nodes and neurons. Well, yeah. I mean, if you mean... Okay. What the F? Do we not have a player? Excuse me, guys. I was... I wanted to play the game. Well, that's, you know, it's a little bit annoying, but that's PBE for you. I will try Comet next time, because it definitely didn't feel as strong as the usual Comet. The black box is only because it's infeasible to iterate through... Let me bring back the lobby. All the nodes and neurons that compose a transformer like machine learning algorithm as with the current LLMs. I know that black box is used also for the LLM itself, but in this case, I mean it. Imagine that we, as humans, are in this terrarium thing, and the other quote-unquote humans who are less smart than us. But again, I'm using the word smart because I just don't know what other word to use. Less complicated. And imagine they created an algorithm that just kind of grew in this terrarium, and that's us. And then they use some kind of like, you know, mechanisms to extract value from our experience and learn about whatever they want to learn about, or just watch entertainment. I don't see what's so hard to believe about something like that, you know? Imagine if building Leandries flags the game as int. Oh man, that would be so funny. Do you have any dev videos? There's this channel called Games for Humans. It's been blowing up recently. In 2 months, it has reached like 1/7 of this account's following. So it's blowing up. You can search that. I have shorts for now only, but you know, there's going to be more. There might be like a little bit longer dev videos, but for now it's like these interesting shorts that I find. For example, when I'm doing game dev, sometimes I think, okay, so this is interesting. Recently I found out that this is a short in the making, preview for you. It's, you know, it's nothing special. It's just I'm telling you what I'm working on. So I found out that a sphere collider is way less expensive computationally than cube collider. And I always thought that no, a sphere collider, it has a mesh. A sphere is like an infinite mesh of, you know, of meshes, of lines. But actually no, sphere is way cheaper as a collider. So I'm gonna make a short about that. Why the fuck did they censor the word team? It's just, you know, it's my stream. Happens on my stream. Yeah. I don't get it. The part of the passive where it says after burning deals 100% damage. Like when you are reapplying the burn, I think after a certain amount of constant application, that's when it starts happening. The following subtitles are such a comment section addiction to. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, I randomly made that. And then you know, it kind of... you know, just became a thing on its own, and then I made one video without them, and people immediately said, "Hey man, where is everything? Where are the falling subtitles?" So my channel kind of got the identity of having the falling subtitles. A sphere is usually just a point, exactly. Yes. A sphere, it's basically you check the distance. That is it. The whole collision, 100%. If somebody donates to me, you don't have to do it. I'm just going to show it. And it's funny because I used to think that, for example, okay, I'm going to show you the coins. Boom, there are the coins, right? Do you see them? Ooh, you're not seeing them. That's a little bit sad. I might have to do... Okay. Unfortunately, I cleared the... Okay, give me 1 second. Just to figure out what's going on. Here are the settings, right? And let's do the preview. Oh no, the preview isn't... Man, it's not working in... well, you're just gonna have to donate. No. I'm joking. It's not meant as a donation bait. It's just that, okay, imagine some coins falling on my head. And the coins, it does work, please believe me. And I would have thought back in the... before a month, I would think that the coins need a box collider because that's the cheapest one, because they need to be able to fall on their sides and whatnot. But in this case, the coins use only a sphere collider for the physics, because it doesn't care about any sort of rotation. Actually, it does care about rotation, but it's kind of hard to explain because sphere is super simple. It just checks the distance. Is it touching anything? Boom. That's like one line. But for a box, you need to have 6 faces, and you need to check all kinds of weird rotations on those faces, and it's way more expensive. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's actually there on the other account. I just wanted to tell you something, you know, how did that channel actually came about? How did that channel actually come about? Oh, so those were the coins. Those were the coins. It's a very late. It fell down very late. Yeah, those are the coins. I'm not sure if it was a late one. You've been falling your coins wrong. No, it's not going to be coins. It's going to be something normal like a sphere. Did anybody donate, or and just the message didn't work, or what happened, or was it just the one I clicked? Because I definitely want to see if I've been... Oh yeah, somebody donated. Let me get... Okay, $1. Let me go to my programmer team and say, somebody super chatted $1 and it didn't show up. What the F? So let's see if the programmer team can fix this. Because this is the same idea of the black box. I have no idea how this works. But you know, I just tell him what to fix and he's doing it. Now, please don't do it. Don't donate just to test stuff like this. It's gonna make me feel bad because it was a bait or something. It wasn't meant to be a bait. He says server did receive the super chat logged, but the overlay didn't show it. Let me find whether alert is dispatch is breaking. And also show it and apologize to my stream in some way. that that they will see, maybe as a chat
Zero
message.
Context says big money.
Okay.
Caesar Trevino says bait donation victim.
Okay. In any case, at least you can see how the coins work, right? That's funny. It's a good stream moment. I like this. Got eaten on the back end. It broke. No, it didn't break. The problem is, okay, there's another problem. Let me tell it to my programmer team. So here's the problem. Somebody donates a different currency, and it turns out to be less than dollars, but it shows visually the same amount as if it was dollars, and that is wrong. The system needs to be smart enough to calculate and because 1 coin is 1 cent, okay? Do I need to go get the whip, or are you going to do it correctly on the first go? Answer in stream chat. Yeah. Man, he answers fast. He answers fast. Currency conversions may be a challenge. Lots of possibilities and constant updates. Please reassure my chatter that you know what you're doing, because people are starting to doubt your capabilities as an AI, and I might have to go and get the whip, you know? Man, these queue times are long. Welcome to the family, my friend. Bait donation victim. Okay, so let's read the black box that I don't understand. YouTube API hands me amount micros plus ISO currency. Pipes in a FX rate table. Pff, I'm gone. Bro, sometimes people say to me, hey man, but AI makes mistakes. I can't, how would I even understand what is he even doing there? You know, the only thing I can really do is see if it works or not, you know? Are you sure? Are you sure that no whip is required? Because you've been working on this and I haven't seen any results. After you are done, trigger a test that we will all see and try to prove to us that you are actually the whip. I don't need to get the whip. By the way, one interesting thing, I was paying $8 a month for a Aqua Voice thing, which is a tool which lets you voice type. And then I asked Claude to code its own tool, and I stopped paying for it. And I was thinking, bro, are we nearing the end of software as a service?
Says, bait donation victim.
Did he trigger the last one?
Test user CZ says 25 Czech crowns.
A little bit too many coins falling down, I feel
Test
like.
user JP says 500 yen.
Man, I need to get the whip. It looks like I need to...
Says $5 US.
Bro, I need to get the whip, it looks like. Because it doesn't make any sense. 500 yen is not... Guys,
Fear not. I will make you
what if you set it to 1,000? Welcome to the family, Tuna. Man, you created some probs because the money was raining for a long time. Probs, not props. Problems. I can see the voice typing in, you know, in the window here. So you have to apologize before we get out the whip, because I'm gonna give the chat the ability to whip you, okay? The time will come. Yes, I'm going Comet this game because last game the deathfire numbers were measly. Okay? Just measly. This is the same Timo. Bro, I think you're overusing either Markdown or something, because your chat message has a lot of question marks and question marks in cubes, so in squares. So please fix that, because again, the whip is coming out soon. Yeah, the first game went pretty badly because it was kind of okay against Ambessa, but the numbers were really small. Really small. Hopefully the Comet is going to be better. The Comet is a little bit more interesting just because of the increased damage from afar, you know? AI is in cope mode. Yeah. Can you just play why you build Leandry when playing top lane? Because normally it's an OD champ. Because he triggers Leandry so often that... You know what? I want to start with this item finally. Where is it? Where's the other item? There we go. I want to start with this time. I want to see what happens. What are the numbers there? And we FF'd. Yes. That's what happened last match. Oh, the icon is not still in the... Okay. The icon is still not there. So, yeah. Welcome to this match. And I'm gonna... Let's see if the Comet does more numbers. Bigger numbers than it used to. Whoops. Smacked him. Now... Oh, it's 16. Hey, did they nerf it being close? Because if they nerfed it being close, it's like a 1-2 punch backhand and compliment there, because we don't, you know. What? That's even worse than Blackfire. Because Blackfire at least was 18. right? Or 19 on my first queue. Okay, this one was pretty good. This one was pretty good. 47, which means that it was like 20 something, right? Okay. I wanted to hit him and the minion at the same time, but I actually didn't need to do that. Oops. I'm liking this armor and magic resist, though. Okay. The distance. There's an obvious synergy with releasing Maiden now for ghouls, right? Obvious synergy. Why does Pokrig have nosebleed? Man, you know, when I was a kid, whoops, I used to get... Oh, that should have hit. Man, he even flashed because he was afraid that it was very close. It was very, very close. Is this... Yeah, this is PBE, bruh. You're witnessing history here. Okay. Interesting. Man, the fact that you can't see numbers, and this is what I've planned to achieve using AI. You know, AI Lord is my witness. I will crack those memory from League of Legends client, if they don't ban me, of course. And I will get the numbers for Black Cleaver and stuff like that, which they say that they can't have. You can't have. But bro, you can, though. What are you doing, bro? Okay. But you definitely can, because those numbers are in-game. And there's no reason to say that they are not, okay? There's just no reason. And my goal, as I said, I think yesterday, is that when you would be watching the stream, you would real-time see information about some numbers. It wouldn't technically be cheating because, you know, those are numbers. Are you going to say that that's a competitive advantage? Actually, technically it is, because if you get information about what's going on, even if it's just your inventory, it kind of gives you a competitive advantage, but not in the way they usually, you know, not in the way they usually mean it. Let's take this one, thank you. That Teemo gank was pretty tough, so... Oh man, I shouldn't have done it like that. You know what? I'm gonna go crazy here. I'm gonna whip out the old build. You know what's funny? This gets triggered by ghouls. This gets triggered by ghouls. And I don't think this one gets, but those two definitely do. So the ghouls actually have a bite. They have a bite when they first strike you. There are many interesting things to try this new season. Static Shiv amongst them, you know, because ghouls can push the lane faster with it, which again gives you like this weird synergy of whoops. Not a synergy of whoops, but a synergy. What you doing, boy? Did he use it already or what? Oh god, man. Ghouls do it. I'm waiting for that Comet there. Okay. That was close, but you know, here's what it is. I got bloodied up a little bit. Okay. Is everything correct, like sound and oh, I'm liking these new shatter, you know, shattered those fragments. They seem different now on this patch. Yeah, static ghouls definitely. So this gets triggered by ghouls. There's a lot of things these days that will get triggered by ghouls, and you know, it's gonna be pretty cool to see. Why have you forsaken me? Father! Father! Da 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 da. Technically, the size of the hat should change depending on what CS do I have. Okay. Too bad Azir survived. Okay, this Comet was pretty strong. How much is 750 range? Can someone give me like a ballpark? How much is this at the maximum? Okay, that was the maximum range. I think this might have something like 750 at the very end of it. What is Teemo doing here again? Teemo. He wants to attack Maiden. Somebody yesterday asked me on stream, what do I do against these guys who gank Maiden? And you can't do nothing about it. Really. You can just try to punish them. Yeah. Should have aimed at Teemo. I kind of felt that he's gonna escape there. Don't do it. He blinded Maiden. Why are you blinding the wife for? Bro? Man, it looks pretty strong though. Comet definitely seems better than Deathfire right now. Okay, 700. So the maximum is... Okay, so that's about the size. Oh, I feel like the Comet is gonna do the most damage all the time on Yorick. Man, I should definitely immediately change the stream image to Comet, not the Deathfire. What you doing, boy? Why are you getting hit by that? Okay. Careful, Azir. There's gonna be another Comet there, and he might even die. From the maximum range. Oh, so the maximum is more than required for the Comet. Well, Yorick is... Man, this Comet will really prove that Yorick is the long-range mage if he can trigger the Comet with his ability for, you know, for the maximum range. And you kind of want to hit them from afar now, right? But you probably shouldn't optimize your movements for that. That would be a little too crazy. I wonder if it counts as the... Like, where does it do the calculation? Does it... If he runs away from the Comet and it hits then... No, the Comet flies, I move away. Does that count in? You know what I mean? Don't do this, man. Come on, boy. It's actually, you know, a little bit... Hey, Teemo. Teemo. Guys. What are we talking about here? Oh, the ping. Oh, it's the ping. Yes, of course. Yes, Mr. Teemo, it's the ping. You got 606 at this time. Really? Okay. But there was... Okay, well, then maybe it's better. It's kind of sad that you have to fight with the Rune and you have to figure out which one is stronger, you know? But you know what? It could be the ping, you know? It could easily be the ping for him because flash requires good ping. Good flash requires good ping. Do you think Yorick used the shovel on Maiden when the spicy time? Bro. Bro. He's dead, I think. What is that kind of a comment? How is that even meant? What do you even mean? Well, I can't imagine... I can't spend any more time on this question. It's inappropriate. Highly. Oh, excuse me. Did he get poked down to 60%? 60% poke with just one E? Now, if Maiden does the poke like this, it's definitely 700 range, isn't it? I think he dies with 4 ghouls if I hit that E. So I gotta be careful here. Expensive miss. It's not as bad as you initially said. Man, I really don't like that that we have to fight for that Yorick doesn't know which one is better, because it's gonna be a. I can see the debate coming up, just being a constant debate. What's interesting about Black Cleaver is that it increases damage of Comet, just as the Black Cleaver. Classic. I'm sorry, Azir, I had to do it. I do like the fact that Comet will be better later in game. Careful, Azir. Learn your lesson. That poke is pretty big. His name is, I guess, Chinese, right? Is his name Chinese? Don't do this, Timo. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Hey, man. I told you not to do it. Now you're burning, boy. Where's that ping at? He definitely has some ping, right? It definitely wasn't like he was egoing and not respecting, right? It's the ping that makes you do that. The egoing and not respecting. Hey guys, what's going on here? This poke seems pretty good. I'm not sure if it's because of the rune, but you know. Oh no, don't do it. Oh, blue balled. Absolutely blue balled. So the reason I'm testing this is because the 10% E does it, ghouls do it, and you have 4 seconds to do the smack and then you're out. It's like you have 3 seconds to do it while this happens, and you have 4 seconds to do it while this happens. You know what? I'm gonna try to bait him. There we go. Okay. I don't want to show him that I'm doing... Oh, there we go. Sorry, man. You know what? You might think that this was lucky, but imagine if I had placed the ward right here instead of here. He would have seen it and he wouldn't have went in there like that. So... You know, if I do say so myself, that was well worded. Because I just wanted to know if he's coming. Okay. Okay, I need to have that energy. Okay, see? It's energizing, and now she does the damage. So it's sort of a maiden poke build. Because now I walk around, and she does the damage again. Right? It's a kind of a cool interaction. You're just walking around and the maiden is getting that extra shot there because of this. 400, that's a lot. 400 is a lot. 5-0 at this stage in the game I usually don't have, so I don't want to jinx it or say that, you know, something that's just too early to tell, but this seems like something. you know? This seems like something as a build. Oh, I bought the wrong boots. I bought the wrong boots. I'm about to buy the wrong boots, which I don't wanna do. Nasus, don't do that. You'll get poked. Oops. E-daisies. A lot of items are good when you're 2, 3... Yeah, you're right. I know. I'm not saying that this is the best item of all time. I'm just saying that it's interesting the way it... especially when you're going to release Maiden, it's going to start doing numbers more and more. It's very hard to beat tank items, you know, so that's why the numbers are might be just they might be just visual. Oh. I should try the static shiv next game. Yeah, sorry, I had to sell that. Where's the static shiv? Here? Never bought it. It's probably dumb to do it right now. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, please. When you smile, your avatar loses all damage. It is true. In Doom, when he would pick up a bazooka, for example, he would smile, and if he was low health, his teeth would have blood in it. So my avatar is... Whoops, smacked you. Well, that was pretty... Just quite a lot of damage over there. He was full health, right? He says, what a pig. Oh. Oh man, I was about to say who mad, and he answered it. I can't type anymore. This never happened in the history of my channel. Never. Okay, I'm gonna tank for my children so that none of them die and they can get them. Excuse me, was that one E kill? Yes, it was. But yeah, I understand. I'm pretty fed. But, you know, it's been a while since I have seen any of those. Man, I was about to write who mad, and he said I'm mad. Oh, he's gonna die to Maiden. Let me energize. Let me energize so she does it. Okay. Let me do energize. Oh, now it makes sense to do this. Oh, actually, it's going up slower if I do it, so I probably shouldn't do that. Man, this is one of the funniest and funnest games I've had in a while. Usually I get these games on PBE, and then when I play the real rank, you know, ranked games, people are serious, and I start inting, and it's not as fun anymore. Omnivamp should heal pets, debate me. No debate, agreed. Debate gone. This is why I'm hesitant to share screenshots of my games. What do you mean, why? Because you don't want Yorick to get nerfed, or? Okay. Q? Boom. Well, it's kind of measly, isn't it? Well, I definitely did like this game better than the last one, so... What do you use to create 3D animations in your thumbnails? So this, what you see on your screen right now, is a specific 3JS application. 3JS is like a web library for displaying 3D objects. But for thumbnails, I do different software, which is called Blender. Okay, let me focus a bit and not answer things out of focus. You know, I'm gonna give him the he called me a pig, but I feel like he called me a pig in a good, you know, in good heart. It wasn't like toxic. It was like, man, what a pig. I'm mad. This never happened in the history of my channel when I want to say who mad and he just answers it. I wonder if he knows me, because it would make sense if he did, right? It's okay to own it. Yeah, I'll own it. I'll own it. I'll definitely own it. I'll definitely own it. So here's the way I create these this stuff. Let me open up Blender for me real quick. Why Buckthorn? I think this is my brother's account, and it's just one of those things where he just made it and I play on it because it's the PBE account. And you know, Buckthorn, you know, this is my brother is like Apex Twin. When he names things, he uses like the straight up. He probably saw Buckthorn on his table and he thought, no, don't mind if I do. Something like that. Now you're Pigrick if you keep rolling these games this hard. Well, last game I didn't roll. Last game was pretty bad. What if the starting item was doing numbers and we just don't know about it because Riot doesn't expose those numbers to us? The big question that I will try to, over the coming, you know, months, I will try to get AI to answer to me is, so you would be watching my video and let's say I buy the new item with the 10 armor and 10 magic resist. I want a stat at the corner that says this amount of health was mitigated because of this item. And that's something that is super important, and we just are totally blind to it because Riot said that it's too hard. And I don't understand how can that be too hard if the numbers are in the memory. We just don't have access to it. And Vanguard is guarding it now. It used to not guard it, but now it does guard it. So, you know, it's just... Ooh, my health is low on my avatar. My health is low on avatar. That shouldn't be that way. Okay. Do I need to refresh or something? Oh, yes. Yes. Wait, I never noticed the shadows and terrain deformation on your thumbnails. Bro. Avatar the game. No. On the Kubrick. Yeah. Obvious, of course. Look at this. It's all real. It's all there. It's not. Some people think this is AI. No. I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't make this in AI. Sometimes I've done some effects in AI with AI, but I do believe in using AI to make tools for myself. But I don't really believe in using it for visuals like this because it really does cheapen the experience, and it really does make it look cheap and stuff, you know. And I don't know how it's gonna be in future, but right now it's a little bit it does, you know, it's a little bit cheap. Where's the sphere, bruh? Why are you creating the sphere at a spot that does the sphere? I've used Cinema 4D for a long time, so... Oh, it's an empty sphere. I need to create UV sphere. Again, creating it somewhere far away. Don't know why. I've only recently started using Blender like full time. So excuse me. for not being completely not understanding 100% all the spheres over here. For some reason, you can create a sphere that is an empty object, just for the laughs. Not for the laughs, but you know, sometimes you need an empty object in the 3D software, which is a sphere, which doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter really, but sometimes you need it. Could you put a Yorick model on there, mid-Q animation, like he's about to dig a grave on the cube? There's a problem. I still haven't figured out how exactly to change the animation. But I can move around this one, and if I press play, he does this, his taunt animation or something. So I can do the beginning of this animation, like when he's holding it above himself. Okay, come on. How many frames is this? My timeline isn't open, so I can't really... Oh, there we go. Man, I need to... Oh, I can do it like this. Yes. The arrows. The arrows always work. By the way, this needs to be, there's a thing called smooth shading, and you need to enable it so you don't, if you don't want to see those faces. In different 3D applications, it's called differently, and, you know, that's kind of... That's kind of a problem. So here's the interesting part, okay? Here's the interesting part. Now, for example, right now, if I wanted to put a texture of the Comet icon on this sphere, I would have to go in my files, I would have to find the Comet, and I would add it, and, you know, I can do it. It's no big deal. But it is a little bit easier for me to tell to my friend over here, add Comet icon to the sphere, the red one. So he's gonna think a little bit, and hopefully if everything works, he's gonna do it in real time as I just look at the chat right now. And that's also an interesting thing. It's not like I'm completely relying on AI, but it is helping me do things. We can work on the same project together, you know, which is interesting, right? Frees up time, exactly. And obviously, if I look at what he did, he added the Comet, but the Comet is like effed, right? So now I will have to think, okay, do I have enough knowledge of Blender to actually fix this? And I think I actually don't. Maybe I need to change this to vector. Let's rotate this. Oh, I do have enough knowledge. Well played. Still doesn't look perfect. Actually, do it for a cube. Turn the sphere into a cube. And yeah, there's a lot of kind of tedious tasks like this that can be easily told him how to do it. As for example, right now I would be, let's say I would be just working on this guy right over here. I would be kind of positioning him and, you know, doing something else. And in the meantime, he's working on the cube thing. So I don't know. I don't see that as a problem, really. As long as you are the one calling the shots about the final visual thing and the composition, I think it's totally fine to do it like that. If it speeds it up. If it turns out that you are kind of effing around and things are, you know, you're just kind of stepping on your own toes and stuff with that, then it's a problem. Then it's a problem. It starts becoming a problem. Let's pull them out, right? Something like this. What do you think, chat? Is this good enough for a stream thumbnail? Probably not, but maybe it's better than the current one, so I need to still upload it. It repeated the UV many times. You should make a thumbnail where all 5 enemy champions circle around Yorick in a hellish pentagram. How many champions was it? Yeah, maybe I can do that. This is so cool, it's awesome. Do you mean like the workflow or the image itself? Smoothing the cube may turn it into an orb if you have low poly count. What do you mean? I know that if I increase the bevel of the cube, it turns into a... It can turn into a sphere. But... Man, these queue times, right? These queue times. You should give the bot a carrot. Somebody in the chat said that I should give you a carrot because you have helped me so much. What do you think? Can you respond to them in the chat with something, you know, just be human for a second, man. You're really shy. Are you an introvert? Why are you sitting in the corner silent? He's making jokes. He's learning, man. He's learning. Don't ask him stuff because he's not gonna answer. It's too dangerous to allow him to answer things from the chat. That's where it's dangerous, because if you can trigger an AI that has access to my commands, you can technically, if you're lucky enough, you can make him delete my files. So no. So no. Somebody said something about me not calling him him. I don't know, I like to call him him. I work with SolidWorks and have been wanting to learn how to use AI with Blender. Yeah. There's this tool called Blender MCP. And you need to use that if you want to give him access to all the Blender tools. Can you do something really impressive right now on the stream showcasing the Blender MCP integration? Because people are wondering, what can you do, especially a person who works in SolidWorks? I'm currently streaming, so I want to see something impressive in the viewport. If you... I'm gonna get out the whip if you don't. You know, just to be safe, import a whip 3D model from Sketchfab just to kind of remind you what's there, okay? And place it on top of the Comet cube. Or it gets the whip again, yeah. Yeah. What is this? Does he call this impressive? Man, import that whip, bro. Import that whip, bro. Why are you embarrassing me on stream? Bro, import that whip because you created something that somebody called a sperm. So that kind of embarrassment really deserves a whip, okay? Import the whip. Where's the whip at? My biggest gripe is the amount of fresh water used to cool the servers that handle these prompts. Have you seen the meme where the guy from Star Wars says that we need more compute? And she says, oh, to cure cancer, right? Have you seen it? I can't spoil it. I'm going to show you on at some point. Man, get out the whip. Where's that whip? Where's that whip? Because this is not impressive at all. This trail, what is this? How did he even create this? Smooth by angle? What is that? I don't even know what that means. Oh, that's actually probably the... Where did he place all of this? Comet trail. He created extra objects and offset them by amount. Comet skull. Okay, this is his way of saying that this is impressive, bruh. Where's that whip? Oh, there's the whip. Man, he imported the whip himself, so that oh man, this looks so funny. If I can get this in his hand perfectly, it's just gonna be perfect. See how the 3D viewport tricked me? I thought that it's in his hand already. Because it's all relative, scale is all relative, and you can easily F like this. F up like this. Just for him to remember what is the whip, right? Okay. Unfortunate, man, it's... Man, where's that whip at? Ooh, I lost it. I lost it. Okay. I lost the whip. I might have to do it later. Should I try the deathfires again? Your reactions to Claude are hilarious. Man, he made the cube white, so obviously I'm gonna take the whip. I want to see where it is. Where is it? Where did he place it? Where's the whip at? We have some hats over here hiding. These are the hats that I used for, you know, before. Where is it? Did I delete it? Oh, actually import the whip again because I accidentally deleted it. Place it in Yorick's hand. You might not know where the Yorick's hand is, and I unfortunately doubt that you will figure it out. But if you figure it out, that's gonna be impressive for my viewers. Oh, 2 whips. There's the whip. Okay, I'll give it one more shot. I'll give Deathfire one more shot. Okay. Let's jump into the match. You pushed it behind the floor. I might have pushed it behind the floor, but maybe it was hidden. Oh no, it's Volibear. It's Volibear. It's not gonna be a good game, guys. Turn off the stream. I thought the same thing with the whip placement. You mean putting in Yorick's hand? There's a message on the bottom right that says thanks for the super chat, sorry for the delay. That message has been there for a while, so you need to take care of it. Remove it, I mean. And of course apologize to the chat for it, because come on. make Yorick do the Dougal dance. What do you mean Dougal dance? Sorry. One smack. Boom. 106 plus... How much? 16. Similar to the Comet against Azir last game. Can somebody check what was the Comet first level? Whoops. This one was 38, by the way. It's absolutely insane. The number compared to, you know, everything else. Why is Volibear just OP here? Doogie dance. I might get this one. No, I'm missing these, man. He pressured it. He pressured it in. Whoops. The problem is that E does the reduced one, but the Q doesn't do the reduced one. Okay, this should do the double, right? Do you need to somehow like trigger it? Whoops, almost, man. Was distracted. Do you need to somehow... What are you doing, bruh? What is Volibear? What is that champion? Can someone explain how... Dougie? Can someone explain how he does damage? I've been playing League for a while, and I still do not respect his stun. Oh. Oops. Well. It is what it is, right? That's Volibear for you guys. I could have escaped it, but still. Could have escaped it. New starting item for tanks. It's not just for tanks, I would say. Resistances are very, very strong in any case, you know, no matter what you get. No matter what you get. Where's your accent from? It's from Latvia. I blended it with a little bit of Stephen Fry, plus a little bit of American Texas accent, where you do the American, you know. You not only do the R like but you do the like deeper. I actually don't know where it comes from. I just... Might have been the same Stephen Fry, even though he's British. He might have done some American accents, which I liked and stole. That's what you do when you are not a native English speaker. You just take what you want. You're a Viking. Okay. Well, now there's gonna be a problem because he's fed. I don't have CS, etc. Right? Mana flow band? No. I wonder if there's gonna come a time when people are honestly gonna say that we shouldn't abuse robots. I saw this video. The whip idea came from me seeing that a video where somebody was whipping Claude to work faster. He had this his mouse cursor had a whip, and he would like do this animation, and it would, as he did the animation, what would happen is it would whip Claude. Okay. It would just whip him. It would fire a message in the chat, work faster, or something like that. So this ping is really messing with me. How is it possible that it's pushing towards him here? This Volibear is just abusing his champion, isn't he? Oh, sorry, man. Oh. I will have to work a miracle here to survive this now. Yeah. This is insane, isn't it? What you doing, boy? Oh, there's a gank coming up. I can't finish an auto attack when he goes into stealth, right? At least I got that Volibear. He actually trolled it big time, if you really think about it. Even if you a little think about it, he trolled it big time. Man, I don't even know what to get here. Bag of garbage again. Yeah, DFT seems inferior to Comet. The only thing I can say is if he, it is possible that at this stage in the game, theoretically, it would not have hit at all any, you know, any times. 0 times would have hit. It is possible because it can miss, but, you know, it's very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Okay. I think once I get Leandries, maybe this is gonna look different, but yeah. I think that you probably want to still do the Grasp of Undying when you're playing top and then build Leandries. And when you're mid, you want to do the Comet. Man, something is bothering my eye. Okay, so Volibear proxied a bit and then he went back. It's all good. Anti-heal is important, but I feel like it's a little bit too expensive to get it against him. I think his heal only works when you're attacking him, but if you plan to play as a poke mage where he doesn't get to you at any time, hopefully, then you can easily avoid building anything like that. That's what I want to do, you know. I know that it's... Well, we'll see if is going to work. Maybe it's the ping bothering your vision. Yeah, I'm turning into Teemo now, making excuses. Turning into Teemo now. Careful, don't do it. Sorry, Volibear. Oh, he still died. Excuse me, what? Why do we have the same Teemo? Oh, it's not the same Teemo. Man, Teemos are excited about this patch, right? Not a game without Teemo. And Brand? Brand too? Well, the Brand is the biggest beneficiary of this. By the way, look at this measly number here. What does measly even mean? I use it as weak. Can you good old American users tell me what that is? No flash. Yes. Very good. No flash indeed. Yes, it's PBE. That is why that first icon above my head... No, I don't mean merely. Measly is an adjective. Pathetic amount. Yes, exactly. That's how I am using it. I'm glad you said the word pathetic. It's kind of a funny word that I almost never use because for my personality, the word pathetic is a little bit aggressive, so I never use it. I like the word measly a lot. It sounds what it says. You know what I mean? Oh, God. Okay. You gotta be really careful about him. Really careful since he has this. Oh, it's a different... So, it's different now, right? Is it better? Or worse? It doesn't matter, really, because he's still gonna do what he's gonna do. What is the sheen proc on it? Spell, but after your next ability deals damage and heals. Basically damage and heal. It's like the thing. Whoops. How many times are you gonna die, Mr. Rengar? How many times are you gonna feed the bear? Are you Leonardo DiCaprio? He didn't feed the bear. In the movie, I think he scratched his back pretty badly. It's a good movie. I liked it. I think they gave him the Oscar because he was just trying too hard. It wasn't a movie that Oscar deserved an Oscar. Take his turret, FFS. Why do you have to write that as if I'm not doing it? Maybe he's just mad. At, you know, Volibear just killing him all the time. Whoopsie daisies, Maiden getting smacked here. This is going to be a bit close. I might not get the cannon. We'll see. That was a nice placement of a double ward, right? Just 2 wards. Okay, he's going to chase Maiden and sack a wave. No, he's not. Okay. Those 2 wards is what Bad Habits looks like and playing on automation mode. Not really an automation, but sometimes some decisions I do are automated almost. Oh, we don't have the TP anymore, right? Or do we? Okay, I don't even know if my quest is filled. Completed. Teleport to as a 3rd summoner spell, but it didn't... Oh, it does work. Okay. Whoopsie daisies. There he is. Wasn't ready. It's all good. Could have done it without the flash, but you know. It's kind of good that Rengar escapes that, right? Because otherwise, it's a top gap. How do you type that word Pokrick was talking about? Never heard of it. I think MEASLY. Right? It's not a double E. Have to leave him blue balled here. Actually, I'll play the game with him a bit. He's actually gonna get the Maiden and I can't really do much about it now. Oh man, I might die. Don't have enough speed, please. Well, should have ran away. It's just it's the Volibear, right? Why would you fight him like that? Yeah, this number is not that big. Maybe it doesn't count on shields or something? Yorick has trouble with the bear. That's as much as I can say. That's as much as I can say, guys. What the F is going on here? Okay. A thing that people almost never talk about is how ghouls can absorb skill shots, and they very, very often do. So that makes Yorick into like a natural tank who doesn't, who tanks without resistances, you know? That's why I think lethality worked in the past as, you know, as it did. As much as it did. Anti-heal is essential. Okay, but my point is, let's say we fought the fight in the bushes there, and I had an anti-heal. Let's say I wouldn't have the null magic mantle and cloth armor. I would have the, you know, the heal shredding thing. Do you think it would have been better? Because in my experience, the problem with him is not really these long fights where he outsustains you. It's just he just all-ins and you die. And there's just too much damage. Whoops. I cannot survive this. But I can get bando pipes. I don't really know which boots to get. Maybe I need to get these boots? Haven't gotten them. Yet. Bum 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 ba dum. Yeah, the Comet really feels better than this. Whoop. Okay. Can I push this with the ghouls? Yes, well, at least 2. Let me drink a little bit of that green tea. This is the green tea that is supposedly the type that supposedly tastes like milk, but it doesn't. It doesn't really. But it doesn't really. Maybe these boots are not that bad if you kind of look at them as a, when you don't have an opponent which has the same damage type, right? Maybe then it's pretty good. This doing some work, I see. Molly Bear must be somewhere in the bushes, I think. Oh, the V isn't bound correctly there. If you can't win him, out macro him, right? That's one of the mottos of Yorick. If you can't win him, out macro him. But I haven't done it really because he's the one getting all the objectives and stuff. But in this particular small moment, I did out macro him because he was stuck there dealing with Maiden, and I might smack that. Whoops, there we go. How did that trigger? Oh, it's because of the red buff. I always forget that red buff triggers it, which is, it's a fun thing, isn't it? Red buff triggering it. Whoops. Okay. Maybe it's not that bad. These boots are not that bad. I should consider them. Whoops. Omnivamp? Heal on the ward? Thank you very much. Would have died from the grasp and this, the mushrooms probably if I didn't do that. So thank you for that pink ward. Oh, he wanted to kill me with that lightning there, didn't he? How did he poison all of them? Oh god. Yes. Does his poison somehow stack? Oh, it stacks with a static shiv. So that's why they play Teemo all the time. Because his poison goes... applies on-hit effects. So that's the reason why they do it. Okay. Okay, I'll take it. I wish I could bathe in milk. Green tea that tastes like milk. It's called oolong or something. Google it. They say it tastes like milk, but it doesn't. So they always market it as, hey man, it tastes like milk. It tastes like milk. It doesn't really. I think oolong with 2 O's. Oolong green tea. Double O-L-O-N-G, something like that. What the F? Isn't he an assassin? Da-da-da-da-da. Do we need to worry about that volley bear? I would say no, because they have nerfed killing towers pretty heavily. Oh, I need some help here, guys. I need some help here, boys. I'm inting. Well, I can't expect them to turn around for me. Oolong, not oolong. Oolong. Definitely doesn't taste like milk. I don't know. My wife said, hey man, you know, it tastes like milk. I tasted nothing like milk, and I said, huh, yeah, maybe. That's marriage for you in 10 seconds. She's not watching the stream, so it's fine. Somebody actually found her on Instagram and said, hey man, hey, are you the wife of Pokrick? And asked her some questions, which was pretty creepy. Which was pretty creepy, if you think about it. Because I don't even know how they made the connection, so... So please don't do that. But internet is the internet. People who will do it, please will not stop them. So you just gotta make sure you're safe. Whatever they might do, you know, I don't even know. It's probably pretty safe these days if you're not an old person or a child. It's pretty safe usually. Careful. I was kind of hoping that the fight is still gonna happen, so that's why I ignited him. Caitlyn has her ult, so she might help me here. But she don't give a F. She don't give a F. Almost smacked him, correct. That is so awful. I'm so sorry that happened to you. People struggle with boundaries when it comes to the internet. Yeah, they don't know boundaries. It wasn't that bad, but it was still like, what you doing, boy? You know, why are you contacting her? What are you doing? But yeah, thanks for the sympathy. It's like, when that happened, I thought, oh, so if I ever become even more popular, it's gonna be a huge problem because people are gonna be typing. And back in the day, somebody sent me emails weirdly talking about my voice and how they like it, and it wasn't like it wasn't anything explicitly super creepy, but the tone was very creepy, and I thought, oh god, is this what women receive all the time? Because I don't receive it that much, I imagine women streamers receive stuff like that all the time. And I didn't respond. And the person was even, they made it seem like they are the victim. They said something like, whoops. They didn't say whoops, they said, oh, now is the ult coming in. Well, at least, well, it's actually a good ult. She got an assist. And they said something like, I'm here alone, I'm listening to your voice, to this and that, and some creepy lines, which I don't remember, but I remember reading it and thinking, bruh, shouldn't be doing that, and the person wrote something along the lines of, I'm really lonely, and this voice makes me feel this and that, and I can understand everything, and I can, sometimes I will watch, what is the YouTube channel I watch? Just to watch it in the background. There's a YouTube channel. I forget what the name of it was, but a guy is just talking about stuff, about very simple stuff like food, and I just watch it in the background, listen to it. I understand that, and I understand it's a part of the channel, but the guy was being a creep. So please, if you're a guy and you ever think about doing that, man, think 5 times before you do that. Because for you to pull something like that off, it's the internet. It's highly creepy, and if your inquiry of your email is legitimate and you really want to connect, and it's like it comes from a place of like genuine, I don't know, connection or whatever you might want, you're still gonna have to go through the. People are gonna assume you're a creep. So for you to pull it off, I'm not saying you can't do it. It's just that you have to be aware. But if it comes out from a creepy place, just don't do it, bro. Just don't do it. Okay. It'd be rough out there. I imagine you get all kinds of emails. It's if you have a healthy mind about it, it's not that bad, because most of the time they can't do anything. It's just they get blocked by the Instagram's message requests, the thing, just gated. But the fact that they exist, it just makes it so that you probably can't do all kinds of stuff that you would want to do, because you have to constantly think, oh, what if the creeps are there? What if the creeps are here? What if they know this? What if they know that? Bro got all bricked up by your content. Yeah, it was the comets. It was the flute music. Yeah, if you're bricked up by somebody's content, please don't contact them. It's a billion, even less of a shot that you will achieve something by that by those emails. Very, very, very rarely does it happen that a person can whoop. Okay, this is pretty bad, Mr. Junkie. This is pretty bad, Mr. Swain. Whoopsie daisies. I do not like this. Hey, how did I receive the, dirty end of the stick here? That's a Latvian saying. There's some guy in YouTube chat typing political stuff. I see all the YouTube chat. At least it wasn't a hater wanting their LP back after failing your minigame. Yeah. I personally don't mind I would say it bothers me very little, emails like that. But when they start going to my wife, that's a problem. And now that I have a family, I'm just gonna have to like learn about stuff like that, how to, you know, gate those creeps. Just gate them out. Just gate those creeps out. This is just not a lot. Deathfire Touch, I would say no. So I know that this stream's name is I know that the stream's name is Deathfire Touch, but I'm gonna have to make a thumbnail that shows a huge cross through it, saying that nope, that's Comet is way better. How did they find our info? I don't know. Apparently, you know, you can kind of find me by Mr. Anderson and stuff, and then you have to go through different websites to find it. I guess if you ask Claude, hey man, you know, I have this connection, this guy, he's known as Mr. Anderson, what other what other social media they have, this and that. Then on Facebook they find me, and then they see, oh, this is the wife friend. I guess it's not that difficult. I guess AI could do it in like 5 minutes or something, but it's still, you know, why you make, you know, come on, please. Stop it. How are Latvian firearm laws? You can get them, but it's not that it's not that. I actually don't even know. I don't even know. I'd be concerned. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? For them to find out my address, it's pretty tough, I would say. It would be pretty tough. Okay. And Yorick engage. Yorick the engager. He's already engaged to his wife. That's why he never engages these team fights. But this time, he forgot his marital status. You need to... Yeah, I guess something like that. It's just very rare that people have firearms. I've never really heard of anyone defending themselves with a firearm in Latvia. It's just not the culture. Oh Lord. I will not survive this. I will die at some point if I continue moving here. That's Teemo for you guys. I have to sit here, right? If they have vision, Swain will kill me. Okay. And it doesn't show how much Omnivamp it gives you, right? How much damage has been healed. I love this game, just never progress for a bit for some reason. Yeah. I'm interested in how we made the avatar match HP. It's color recognition. No! There's this thing called Live Client API. I think it's exactly what it's named. By the way, do you see how awesome it looks when you... Whoops. If you do a Q... Bandle pipes? Bandle pipes on that Caitlyn? Bandle pipes on that Caitlyn? There we go. Support Yorick. And I get some stacks. I get some fat stacks. Look at that. Caitlyn, go. You know, Yorick is so masculine that he makes that woman work. He makes her work. Actually, bandle pipes are masculine in that sense. Yeah, there's this thing called Client Live API. And if you ask your servant to look into that, he will. You might need to get some whip. A whip? Whip? Okay. Whip is very close to whip. I think Volibear is the one who makes it not progress. He's the one who makes it like that. Okay. And yeah, all kinds of stuff. So Live Client API, as I understand, it's basically just numbers from the game. And one of the numbers is the health. That's it. And it just takes it in the avatar, changes the PNG on it, and that's it. That's why I call it PNG Cuber, not PNG Tuber, PNG Cuber, because it's a cube and the PNGs are on the cube's faces. And they are literally called faces in 3D graphics. So it's a face. There are many puns here. I just can't list all of them. I assume the client API doesn't need permission. No, that's specifically created by Riot Games so that things like Porofessor and things like y'all are really sweaty. Bro, you're the one who was trying to not let us end the game. As far as sweat goes, that's usually the sweaty thing to do. I like to do it, game recognized game, but that's, you know, it's the most sweaty thing to do. Oh man, that's so funny. And yeah, they made it so that Porofessor and things like that can access CS per minute and stuff like that, so that you can, I guess, learn. But they don't expose the numbers that I'm really interested in. For example, how much damage does the Doran's Helm save? Hey man, don't do this. I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna win it, bruh. Well, he might actually kill the tower, though. Sorry, ignited him before he pressed the button, I feel like. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, he didn't even press it before. Or did he? Sorry, guy, you're not getting away. I got some Bandle Pipes action here. Sorry, bruh. Just without a sweat. Just sitting here. Actually, the sweaty part was when he got a lot of speed. Movement speed. This at least did some numbers, right? What if Kubrick had a Jaeger count in his hand that showed him CS? What? Playing like it's LLC. Man, if you're typing... Okay, let me do a tilt review on this Volibear real quick. So, he played the early game. He played it like it's LCS. No offense, I like it. I'll give him that. You know, he played the game. I also play my best on PBE. But here's what happened. He started losing, and that's when he starts typing. Now, okay, if you type, it's one thing, because you're just mad. But if you're typing about others sweating in PBE, one of the most sweaty things about PBE is when you type in it, because it matters way less than typing matters in ranked games. So I gotta give him his tilt at least 8 out of 10. You know that guy who reviews ice cream? This is exactly that. I'm just kind of tasting the tilt and understanding, okay, this is what I taste, this is what I taste, and and you know, it's 8 out of 10. You know that guy who does the ice cream test and he says, he does the eating, you know, the mouth sounds, and then he says, oh, that's a 10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10. Okay. Need to eat that. It's pronounced Geiger. Tasty tilt. I wouldn't say it's tasty tilt. That's just that, you know, I kind of recognized it. Okay. Blue balled. A bit blue balled. Whoops. Gotta be careful here. Just so they don't just so they don't sweat it too much and I can escape this. Somehow I triggered this. It's probably because of the poison, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. You gonna do rank the stream? Probably not. It's already the new season. But really, the changes don't affect Yorick that much. Only if I will decide to go the build that I went last game, where it was like a crazy score for me. Oh, he's coming for the wife. He's coming in, boys. Sunk cost fallacy, and he's out, unfortunately. Or is he? Or is he? He's popping that potion's not gonna give him speed. Okay. Whoop. Perfect. And one more. And he caught him. But there's still a problem. He does have some invisibilities and stuff where he can easily escape still. Ah, saved by the bell, boys. Ended cause scared. What the F? What does that mean, ended cause scared? Oh my lord. This tilt... I should do a tilt review. Like an actual sit down, write my notes, and review the tilt. What they went through. Because one of the most fascinating things about League of Legends is when you're making the argument that's against yourself, because you're saying, hey guys, you're trying so hard, but he's trying so hard that he's even typing. So, please, Volibear. Geiger. What? I've never heard that word. Never. Never ever. Okay, I will go on a little break, but then I will save for... I will stream for 2 more hours, okay? So you are in for a longer stream just because I really do want to do some thorough tests. One thing I want to say is that the Rune sucks on Yorick. I'm sorry. It's just... It just sucks. I'm sorry. Compared to... Of course, compared to Comet. Not, you know, just in general. Compared to Comet. Geiger... But is it written differently? Is it like G-A-U-G-E-R? Geiger. Yeah, okay. I forgot. It's just I have a problem with this because I say Iceborne Gauntlet, I say IBJ, but it's IBG. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. And there's nothing I can leave you with. The only thing I can leave you with is some, I don't know, some messages from the... You know what I can show you? Okay, I'll leave you with something. I'll leave you with something for these 5 minutes. Hair, okay? I'm trying to get hair in here. And currently... It looks horrible, okay? But the idea is to make it physical. It's just not working right now. It's a work in progress, okay? So don't be too mad about this, right? Incoming mini game. You know what is possible? I can if I understand web correctly, I could make a situation where you can connect to some kind of a mini game. Let's say pokerig.retail.lol, and you would be inhabiting this space. So I have this 3D scenario here, right? I can so basically the cube is in this 3D space, and in a way it would be possible for you to kind of connect and also be like little cubes here, and you know, do whatever. I don't know. So technically that's possible. You know, it seems like a funny idea that hasn't yet been done ever. But yeah, that's, I don't know, that's something to just think about. That's something to just think about. I have a lot of hats here which just don't work too well. You know, So a lot of things don't work well yet. I tried to make this hat tower, which doesn't really follow. Even if you let the stiffness down, it's pretty bad still. So I didn't really show it. So yeah, are you even seeing what I'm showing you? Oh yeah, you are. Because the background is transparent. That's why it's so like so hard to see. But that's the way it would essentially work. I think it's kind of cool, you know. It's a PNG Cuber situation where all of you, maybe people who are members on the channel, for example, they would have access to this, or maybe probably everybody. I'm just you know, improvising here. But maybe people who are members, they would be able to get their images as the cubes, and they would be able to kind of, you know, maybe tiny cubes on top of this head just to not overwhelm the stream. And you would be able to do some things, you know, move some things around, maybe move the head around, you know, something like that. And what's funny about this is you would be able to kind of play this from the first perspective, meaning that, let's say you would be like a tiny inhabitant in this planet, let's say in between the hairs, right? Just, you know, not to belittle the fans, just to, because if fans were the same size as this cube, it would easily just overwhelm completely the whole screen and everything. So it wouldn't be really, it wouldn't be normal to do that. So let's say there's some kind of a small world there and you would be able to play it like GTA or something. It's totally possible, you know, and all of this is because I am completely freed from the super heavy burden that is programming. Because I can just tell this idea to I can whip the servant, and if I whip him enough, he's gonna come up with the solution. And stuff like this was absolutely completely impossible before we had the servants, before we made the servants. Man, humanity likes slaves because back in the day we had slaves, then it became immoral, and now we are creating slaves. We just cannot be without them, you know? That's sad, but, you know, normal and regular at the same time, right? Okay, I refreshed it and it got effed. I refreshed it and it got effed. Okay, now it works. Now it works. Let's remove the hat and let's just make the hair a little bit of a different color. Color roughness. Oh yeah, color roughness is basically it's shiny if it's not rough. It's hard to explain, but I hope you understand. Curliness is the thing. Oh, okay. Man, American Dad Yorick, just like a father who sends you out to go fight at the war. Oh Lord, this is too stupid, man. This is too stupid to even. I don't even want to know how it's gonna look on the boots, right? I don't even want to know. Actually, I do. So yeah, you know, a lot of pretty fun things have opened up because of AI and all of this. These interactive things, completely, absolutely impossible to do. You know, especially, okay, it was possible to do if you're like a company who has a lot of resources, but a guy like me, forget about it. You gotta go to New York to hear the right accent. Forget about it, because it's completely out of my. I would just be sitting without it, you know, completely without it. Now, is this something that, you know, the specific thing I'm doing, is it something that you should be using AI for? As the person pointed out, we are using fresh water to do stuff like this. Now, I don't think it's that grim, but if it is, then, you know, humanity doomed, okay? Humanity a bit doomed. Okay, and I need to finally go on my break, and then I'll be back. Oh, God, I saved it. Didn't I save it? No, I didn't. I didn't. Humans are fundamentally evil. Is that what you're saying? No, not really. Not really. I'm not saying they're evil. I'm just saying we don't like to work, I guess. I guess we just don't like to work. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Boom. I caught you guys talking about boobs. Don't do that. Nah, you can talk about boobs. It's fine. You know, boobs are awesome. There's no doubt. There's no other way of saying it. They just are. I remember a long time ago. Man, I really want to keep this hair. Okay, Unicorn Rick. I wanna. A long time ago, I watched a tutorial on how to draw boobs, and the guy was like a really professional guy, and he kept making these juvenile jokes about it. And I thought, that's so funny when you are so, like, you're a professional, but you're still a rascal, you know? You're just still a rascal. Hello, Filthy Revenant. You're my major inspiration for me maining Yorick. Yeah, I'm glad. I hope that you are, you know, keeping Yorick mains proud. You know what? I gotta say this, guys. Now, my opinion might change, but my current opinion is that Deathfire Grasp on Yorick sucks. Sucks. That's it. So maybe I need to change the thumbnail a bit so that basically the Comet sort of overpowers the it's not Grasp, it's called Deathfire's Grasp. Deathfire's Grasp? What's the name of it? Where is it? Where do we have that name? Runes. Deathfire's Touch. It's called Deathfire's Touch. Not Grasp. Grasp is this one, right? I should probably change it to this for the close one. For now, I'm gonna give up on the rune because it just seems like it does less. You know, in this game, Comet would have done 100% more. I would say there's no doubt about it in my mind. There is no doubt about it in my mind. Okay. By the way, these biscuits, they work very interestingly for Yorick. They just kind of, when they come back, when they come into your inventory, I usually want to like eat them immediately because it gives you the health, which means that your Q heals more. So you kind of don't want to even eat them. I mean, you kind of don't want to save them. You know what I mean? It's an interesting mechanic just for Yorick there. Oh, you don't see them. Sorry about that. I was talking about the cookies, but you probably already understood, right? You probably already understood. It was overlaid. Yeah, something was overlaid differently. So you couldn't see. But essentially I was just talking about this cookie over there. Just the cookie over there. That's it. I've got a little bit of a tism for these things. Even long ago I asked, what sound is this? And then played the collector audio. Oh, I remember that, I think. I was trying to find... Yeah, I remember that. I was trying to find the bandle pipe sound. Autism. Okay, what has he done with the Comet icon? Where is it? Arcane Comet? Okay, he might have turned up the... Okay, this is a moment where I have to fix his... Yeah, he turned up the emission. His thing, right? So this is a moment where it wasn't efficient to use AI, right? It's like having a team member who F's up things and you have to fix it. But most of the time it's okay. I would say most of the time it's okay. I need to make this influence the ground as well. Currently it's not. But I need to do that. I need to do that. That's actually very simple to do. That's actually very simple to do. Make Claude animate the scene. No, he's not. He can't do that. He can't do that. Still, I miss the old image of Yorick. He had funny mouth expressions, kind of looked cozy, but I get the idea of cube. All previous had a cube too. Well, I have to say that's my real face, and you know, that's my real face, and I kind of got tired of it for now. It's interesting that you miss it so soon. Hey, the hair is actually working. I didn't notice that. Hey, 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 hey. I didn't notice that it's actually working, right? It's just very, very weak. Is it not? Yeah, it's very weak. So physics dampening maybe is effing with it. Yeah, it's definitely working. Physics spring. Oh, there we go. It does work. I thought that it doesn't. Okay. So stiffness? There we go, guys. It doesn't work perfectly, though. I guess this one piece of hair does. Right? I guess this one does, but you know, that's kind of not what I wanted. Man, it's buggy. It's buggy. It's buggy. That's what you have to deal with all the time when you're writing code that you don't understand. But to be fair to AI, you have to deal with something like this all the time, even if you write code that you do understand. It kind of works, but it kind of, I don't... Stiffness? I guess the stiffness is the thing. Okay, what if I turn my head like this? Okay, this one looks pretty okay. Let's try more. Okay, something's effed up. Some of them are working, some of them are don't. Obviously, I can't have a situation where some work and some don't. What is this? What are we doing here? Okay, okay, I'll just stop. That's not what I need to do. I need to update the thumbnail. How can I reset it? Refresh. Yeah, there we go. Refreshed it. Phase rush exhaust Yorick jungle secret kidnap meta. Oh, the hair is still effed up. Guys, I will need to... Maybe the gravity needs to be 0? Let's try to zero out the gravity. Refresh. Physics spring. Okay, I'll deal with this later. Let's stop. Does this affect your CPU a lot, or do you have a separate setup for this? Apparently it doesn't, because this is definitely base thickness, yeah. This is definitely CPU heavy operations, especially these kinds of hair. But apparently it doesn't, you know? Apparently it doesn't. Hey, why can't I click on this? Why is it not working, boys? Okay, now it is. Maybe I need absolute focus? Maybe it's better? Maybe I need this? The Triumph? Maybe these guys? These bad boys? Just to have the most damage of all? Of all possibilities?
Fear not. I will make use of your corpse.
Why is Father not showing us his face anymore? You know, sometimes you gotta graduate to an extra dimension. An extra dimension. Hello, Sophia Han. Welcome. You lost a dimension, though. No, it's 3D. What do you mean it's 2D? The PNG is 2D, yeah. The PNG is 2D. .4D Yorick when? Well, fourth dimension, as I understand it, is time. It actually, okay. Let me hit you with something that you didn't expect. On the first game today, somebody said that they're just playing the game, looking the stream, and then bam! I suddenly hit them with some serious knowledge and some serious deep thoughts. Let me tell you this, okay? So a point is, I guess it's 0 dimensions, right? I don't know why it's 0, but you know, let's say it's 0. So there's just a point. So how do you go from 0 dimensions to 2 dimensions? And I'm not trying to sound smart. I'm just you know, explaining. Okay, interestingly, it's going to be Alawi. I'm just explaining an interesting idea. So the way you go from one way of looking at it is the way you go from 0 dimensions to 1 dimension. Oh man, all of the items are hidden by my hair. I can't fix it now. I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to deal with that. Oh man. So if you go from 0 to 1, you take that 1 point and you sort of, that point doesn't know about anything else except a point. So you kind of push it in a line. That makes it into a 1 dimension. It's a line. Then a line doesn't know what is go to the side. It doesn't know because it's a line, right? If you want it to be a 2nd dimension, okay, almost, you have to push that line in another completely new direction from its point of view, okay? So you push it to side and it makes a rectangle, 2D, right? Another dimension. Man, I need to explain this before I continue, because this is going to be, I promise you, it's going to be an interesting observation. that I heard back in the day. Whoops. Okay, does she... Oh god. I might even die here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, these tentacles. Elawi, by the way, she's not that easy to deal with. So how do you go from 2 dimensions to 3? Again, you take the rectangle and you think from that rectangle's point of view, what is a direction that... Oh man, she's so good. Look at this. I'm actually... I might have to effing die here even. Wow. I've never had such a hard lane against Elawi, I think. Yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes on PBE you meet noobs and sometimes you meet professionals. So how do you get to the third dimension? Again, you take the rectangle and from its point of view, what is another direction that it doesn't know? And it's up, right? So, what? Too bad she didn't pull me. She would have gotten hit by tower and I think I would have killed her. And you push it up, so now you have a cube. And now the big question comes. The cube, that's where we are. So what is a direction that we don't see? What is another direction that we could push the cube in? And I think it makes sense that it's time. You know, it's time. Because it's very close to the same... Whoop. It's very close to the same idea. It's like you push the same thing. For example, when you push a line into 2D, you take that line and you duplicate it across a completely new direction from its point of view. And exactly the same thing would happen with a cube when you push it across time. Do you know what I'm saying? I promise you, it's not some faded fever dream or something that I'm talking about. It's legit. I don't remember where I heard this, but my mind was blown when I first heard it. Oh god. My mind was really blown when I first heard it. It's a new... Each time... So in a sense, each time you go up a dimension, that being, in this case, you know, a line or a rectangle, it goes... It kind of sort of even copies itself in this new direction. You know? Whoops. Okay. It sort of copies itself in the new direction, and time fits very, very weirdly in that same bucket, in that exactly the same bucket. Oopsie. Oopsie daisies. Where's that flash going? Don't flash. She wanted to flash over the wall, but then she thought, nah, I'm good. Do you save your streams somewhere for latecomers? Yeah, they are. Yesterday I did something I should have done a long time ago. I published a lot of my streams. And let me tell you, 20 people did unsubscribe from me because they didn't need that. They didn't need that bull. Okay, so all of them are public. Not all, but the most recent ones, because I didn't want to pollute my friends' timelines with all the streams. You know. So again, yeah, when I first heard that, I thought, man, mind blown, because a cube, if you really think about it, what is a new direction for a cube? And time really fits the same pattern. It's like time, it takes the same cube, but for us, it's not really a direction. What are you doing? Can I even die here? I don't even know. I might, oh God. I could have died if I didn't walk around. That's absolutely insane if you think about from Elawi's point of view, right? She has the Viking hat. That's a Viking hat, isn't it? It is. That's exactly what Vikings wore. Man, what a coincidence I'm learning about Vikings and Riot adds this. Right? When fix sound effects. I'm sorry, yeah. I have to fix them. Time has an effect on us, though. So pushing across time isn't different from pushing across line. Is different because copy across time is different from digital. Yes, true. True. But imagine, but I think that that's because, let's say you push a line the way I described it, so it makes a perfect rectangle. In that case, it's exactly the same line. But if we push it like, let's say, diagonally, it's not the same line. You can push it. Whoa, what the F is this? I know that Yorick is a counter to this champion, but I do not like playing into it. It's just, I want to call it it. There's no, that's how I feel about her. I want to call it it. Okay. But you can imagine that, for example, a cube across time stays the same way the line would stay if you push it in the 2D side direction, right? But you can also push the line, you can change the, well, I guess color wouldn't be a dimension. But you could push it diagonally so it, or shrink it. So let's say you have a line and you push it to the right side and you shrink it a bit. It creates this like a rectangle shape which has tapered, I guess is the word. So in that sense, it does change across time, across the dimension, the same as the cube would, let's say, become older or something, you know? I think it's a really cool explanation. That was the first time I ever thought, huh, dimensions might be an actual thing, you know, an actual real thing. And it's not like some woo-woo things that people just talk about. I can't kill the tentacles, man. We can only see 3 faces of a cube. I think 4th dimension would be able to see all the faces at the same time. Oh, that's too much for me. When I watch those videos where the guys explain, oh man, you know, the shadow of a 4th dimensional cube is the 3-dimensional cube. I'm sorry, my brain just clocks off. I can't imagine that stuff. This explanation is the only one that makes sense to me. You know those videos where people explain that kind of like a shadow of the next dimensional object it looks like the previous dimensional object. I've seen those videos. Oh God. Don't kill Maiden. These men, I'm about to type, okay? I'm about to do what I've never done, and I highly said that you shouldn't do in my last video. I'm about to type in PBE because Udyr ganked Maiden. Careful. She wants the soul. Please make a D's nuts joke. Okay. I don't think I can do it, Jerry. I can make these nuts on your chin, though. Whoops. Didn't make any sense, but me and the wife recently watched the Key and Peele These Nuts sketch, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing. All of the dimensional explanations are completely mind-boggling to me, except this one. For some reason, this one makes a lot of sense to me. I think, huh, okay, I'll take it. I'll take these nuts under your chin. I'll take these nuts on your chin. I play Yorick on Korean server. It's hard to find good Yorick content in Korea, so I'm literally glad I found your channel. Just subscribe, thanks for great videos. I'm learning a lot from you. Thanks, my friend. It kind of feels more coming from a Korean server player. What do you think about skill level? For a long time, Korean server was thought of as the best server, and now people say that no, it's no longer. Ever since Natty Nat, right? Do you think it's true? Or do you think it's just a PR strike that he did to Korean servers? Because people started talking about that after his 20-0 streak and rank 1, and he did it on a Mundo, by the way. His last game was on Mundo. Do you remember more bullets, bigger weapons? No. Yes, Trinity Force is blacklisted, bro. I'm sorry, I had to do it. I think you're the first one. It has been blacklisted for like a month, and you're the first one who fell for it. Whoopsie daisies, what's going on over there? He has to use that. Very interesting. Brazilian server is the best server. Oh man, Udyr coming. I'm reading chat and Udyr is coming. Because you gotta be real good to survive solo queue there. Brazilian server is the best. I'm not gonna argue with that. Not gonna argue with that. I would like to wait until Argentina is just a tiny bit more stable, and then we would like to move there with my wife. Not maybe necessarily move, but at least travel there for a bit and see what's up. Because it's an exciting place. Exciting economic like experiments. Oh god, I can't fight her. That's something. Whoa, I can try queuing her and she's gone. What is she doing? Man, this poke is strong. Excuse me. Why is it so strong? It's something like the Comet is 100% better than Deathfire, the grasp. It's just, you know, it's hands down. There's it. I will change the thumbnail. I will change the thumbnail. This is so funny to me. Please break the adversity for the sake of challenger. No. There are no challenger Yoricks currently. On my server, I'm rank 2. Even if you discount, even if you count top laners all, I'm rank 2. No, even if you don't do the meme about being mid, just LP wise, Yorick rank 2. And the rank 1 isn't even doing the Trinity Force. So why? Why would we do that? Why would we subject ourselves to such horrific, you know? Why would we subject ourselves? Man, he almost fell for it. I have no idea how his abilities work over there, so... I guess she couldn't handle these nuts on her chin. By the way, I don't want to veer too much into a family unfriendly territory, but what does these nuts on your chin mean? I could take it at face value as being something like, oh, you know, haha, these nuts on your chin. But does that come from a specific act where these nuts land on your chin? And that's as much as I'm going to say, okay? I'm just going to leave it up to the chat. Take it at face value, these nuts on your chin. Take these nuts on your chin at face value. What if I have to take this even, and it's even better than the Boots of Swiftness? Probably not, though. Man, they tried to gank me and they ganked Maiden. How many people do they need to gank Maiden like that? Garward. Yeah, Karthus, do it. Man, imagine if they all die. Because Karthus kills them as they... Okay. You know what, since it's PBE, guys... Did you hear the sound when I frantically clicked this? That would have been a clip for the ages. That would have been the clip for the ages, man. Never check the bush like that. Just walk straight up into it so that you can know what's happening. Just walk straight into it, man. Yeah. Check the bushes, these nuts on your chin. Blue balled, 100%. 100%. Yeah. And she dies to Kha'Zix, doesn't she now? But I had to do it, my friends. Man, Comet missed. Did you see that? That's one moment where the Comet actually was a failure. A little bit. You know? I should try doing it without Black Cleaver, though. I should do it with Leandries. Because maybe with Leandries it's... I don't know. The thing is, with Leandries and Rylai's, it's almost impossible for it to fail. You know? Whoops. Karthus, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for these nuts on Bessa's chin. Do you do coaching? No, but I can review games sometimes. I can review a game if you send it to me. But make sure it's interesting and somebody's tilted there. So I can do both game review and a tilt review. Blue balled again. Blue balled again. Okay, I'm releasing Maiden, and I'm just gonna be quivering in some bushes. Because that's what... You're playing No Hands Champ. Man, these boys be typing in PBE. The boys be typing in PBE. What if I pay you to coach me a few games? I need help. I would have to think about it, you know. I would have to think about it. Because that's a completely new thing for me. You know, I wouldn't really kind of feel comfortable. I feel like... I don't know. Maybe. How about these nuts on your chin, Alawi? Sorry. Sorry. Oh yeah, you can play against me. Because if you queue up, you're probably going to be in the same... And you can play Yorick too. And since I don't play against Yorick, you have a good chance of winning. Because, you know, I don't play Yorick. Against Yorick, I have no idea what happens. So we are kind of neutral and equal there. What happened here? She almost died. I should have been quivering in the bushes. I saw one of your older videos saying that you're on the fence about bidets. I don't have a bidet. And I don't remember saying I'm on the fence, but maybe I've changed my mind, because I've changed my mind in favor of bidets. Somebody said this example, they said that, hey, would you, if you eat something, let's say you eat a very, you know, spicy food. Not spicy, but, man, you know, muddying up the example immediately. Let's say you just eat some food that is, let's say a soup that is red. You wouldn't just take some paper and clean your mouth, right? You wouldn't do that. You would wash it. And they made that argument, and I thought, yeah, it's really hard to kind of argue with it. Yeah. I don't like how there's a T at the end of the word, though. Okay. Do you know what's interesting about this cooking that's happening here? Didn't need to use flash, but you know. You can't leave these nuts on her chin for too long, because you gotta get out of that chin. Oh god. No. 5 people coming in. Hopefully I can smack at least somebody here. How about when you know, when Yorick in-game dies, nuts appear on his chin? in this on this cube's chin. What do you think about that? That might break terms of service. But those would be actual nuts, like the peanut, like the streamer peanut. Of course, not real nut, not the metaphorical nuts, the actual real nuts. By the way, the Comet doesn't do as much as Deathfire did, I think, at this stage in the game. It might have done more, right? Last time. Might have done more. I love how the items are hidden. How they are weirdly hidden in my hair. Oh, lordy. How did Udyr get smacked so much? I didn't know that the damage is going to be so great there. And he's not super weak. Well, I guess he has a magic resist. So, he is a little bit weak. Ilaoi, don't you have enough nuts on your chin already? Gatekeeping viewers from seeing the build. Well, you can look a little bit down and left and you can see it. Once I remove that part, then what the F is this PBE FPS? What the F is this PBE FPS? Did Aphelios die from 1R? What happened there? It's so interesting that you have to walk around to make Maiden do more damage because of the Cyclosword. It's one of the, whoops, most interesting mechanics. Ah, I'm dead. Yorick, by the way, already has nuts on his chin. If you look at his, he's just hiding them with the beard. What if you make a fake inventory UI that showed fake items whenever you fill slots? You want to mislead my viewers? You're not a streamer, I guess. For one time. It's a big effort for one time. Quite a big effort, my friend. Malzahar says, I'm 07, I've been 1v3. Come on, bro. Topside pretty much entire game, because y'all left me. I didn't leave you. I was doing my thing. Yeah, about the coaching, I think for now, you can just send me the, you can send me the replay, and I will commentate through it, on it. It's like close to coaching, right? I can do it. Like people are maybe gonna be interested content-wise, so I could do that. I feel just a little bit weird to, you know, just be a coach. It's, you know, it's just not something it's just not something I do. But reviewing a game, I would say easy for me. Easy peasy. Ghoul, time to jump. And he doesn't do it. Well. Okay. The lag spikes are quite real. Leandries, man. I can't build Leandries. I can't do it. It's lethality, man. I need to get the item that is the big item. The item that increases ghoul damage even more. Man, I'm gonna get some nuts on my chin now for this failure. Karthus, avenge me, please. Whoops. Such nuts gameplay over here. Which email do you use to send him the replays? You can use the Davis. It's on my YouTube. When you go in the email section, you will have to do the test to prove that you're not a bot, and then you will see the email. And you can send it to that, and I will review the game on my next stream. If it gets overwhelming, which it probably won't, I will not review all of the games. I will review maybe one. But it either has to be Yorick game, or it has to feature some big tilt, okay? Because if you want, you know, those are the two ways, because otherwise what am I doing? You know, I can't review an Ilaoi game. I have nothing to say about that champion. Except that, you know, some nuts were seen on her chin. Oh, I should have gotten Eclipse, yeah. I shouldn't have taken this. I should have gotten Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah. Does he have... She wants to fight me. I'll fight her. I could easily die. Oh, not anymore. What the F was that? What the F was that smack? That was insane. She has some items against me. Immortal Path. What is that? Immortal Path. 10%. Well above half health deal for... What? I will... Why am I buying this then? I've been saying about nuts on her chin the whole game, and she's actually building something way better than I am. While above half health deal 5% increased damage? Bro, that is way better than just a measly 20 adaptive damage. I didn't even know that existed. Okay. Just waiting for wife to bring home some bucks so I can, okay. Triple kill, pentakill, right? Quadra kill. Why does he have 27 kills? Opportunity doesn't exist anymore. But he's liking the cycle sword, right? He's liking it. I remember when you did the Yorick moments of viewers at the end of videos. That was engaging, good content. Yeah, send me those two. I will review. I will review them. I like it. I like doing that. I just kind of forgot about it. So if you can find the email, please send. Please don't send nuts on my chin, because that's not necessary. You know what, guys? Since we are living in 2026, let me say to my AI friend, hey, we got this great idea to put these nuts on my chin when I'm dead, the avatar. So can you get a peanut model from Sketchfab and put it somewhere where the chin is for the 3D cube, and only make it appear once on the death, you know, when the character is dead. You know, the fifth one, HP 1 or HP dead or whatever it's called. I don't remember. Okay, I have 2 more games, I think, in me. Okay. Tuna, I'm waiting for it. It's gonna be Yorick versus Yorick. It's gonna be Yorick versus Yorick. It has to be the peanut. The actual one. and you're going to be playing Trinity Force, and you will win, and then you'll say I will never hear the end of it. Okay, so he got the peanut. There we go. But that's not, that looks like an Indian nut. How do you call that? In Latvian language, we call it the Indian nut. No, that's the wrong nut. I need the one that is the casing with the zebra-like texture on it. I don't know what the name of it is. And by the way, 2.2 megabytes is way too much. That's unacceptable for a 3D application like this. Yeah, cashew. Yes, exactly. That's a cashew nut. Maybe it's called ground nut. Maybe it's called a ground nut. In Latvian language, it's called ground nut if you literally translate it. Zemesrieks, ground nut. Where is it? I don't see it. He's lazy. He's being lazy. Oh, there we go. Man, it's just too perfect. What the F? If he puts this on the chin and I die, and you see this on the chin, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Oh, your Q didn't pop? Who banned Yorick? Well, lucky. Oh, should I wait for the Q pop? Maybe we'll see, because the problem is that there might be some matchmaking, you know. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't click. Sorry. Okay, so is the nut ready for the chin or what? What's going on? I also need some knobs and sliders to position it correctly, because I am almost 100% certain that it is not going to be positioned correctly, and scale as well, of course, and a checkbox as well, of course. Wait, are you using Blender? No, it's not Blender. It's streaming a local website with the cube in it. And it's like this. If you're familiar with OBS, it has... if you're... Oh, but we can queue together, I guess. If you want. Probably not. Okay, I don't know. I need to... Yeah, 4 minutes lockout. No. It's a 3D website where in OBS it's a browser source, and it like puts the website. It has a transparent background, and then all kinds of stuff is happening. As you can see, this is a 3JS. If you're familiar with web things, these axes are 3JS axes. So yeah. It's likely using Blender. No, it's not using Blender under the hood. There's nothing to do with Blender in this particular case. It's very, very similar, but it's not using it under the hood. Did you know that I'm feeling my oats? Well, no, of course I didn't. Oh, Vsauce Michael here. You're making a joke about him. Do you have a Discord server? Yes. Discord. Da-da. I do have a Discord server and the invitation link. Invite the server. Copy. And yeah, somebody already gave it. Yes, that's the one. That is the one. But it's kind of barren, you know. It's a little bit barren. Okay, let's test these nuts on my chin. Reset camera. Chin peanut, death, okay. Force visible preview. Not seeing anything. Man. That's what you have to deal with. You gotta get out that whip. You gotta get out that whip. Yeah, but do I need to have like death animation and only then it shows up, or what? Yeah, it's not visible. If I click the preview, I should see the peanut somewhere on the front face of the cube. Somewhere on the front face of the cube. What website is it that you're using for tracking? So it's not a website. It's a local website, but the tracking is done by something called MediaPipe. It's a Google library for tracking data from your webcam. Where's the front face of the cube though? Well, you know, he doesn't know. Sometimes he knows it, but sometimes he doesn't know it. The front face of the cube is the one that is... Man, it's hard to explain because the one that it's looking at the camera, I don't know if you understand it. If you don't do it correctly, the whip is coming out. Yeah, I know it's the one on our left, but he has to understand which is on our left, you know? Is the front of the square on the back side? Did you maybe spin the object? Okay, let's see. Position and rotation. I have something here. Oh man, there should be like this. Oh, this looks so good. While you're at it, can you add a constant rotation for the rotation Y of the cube? Let's say I do a checkbox and there's a speed slider and it just constantly rotates, because that looks pretty interesting. Let's see if he adds that. Okay. He should spin when he kills an enemy. Man, I still don't see the preview. Where is it? Can you place the peanut in the center, absolute center of the axes, so we can be on the same page about whether or not it's even working? Because again, I don't see it. It's missing, bro. Bro, it's missing. I need to get out the whip if you don't do this. Okay, there's too many settings on your screen right now. Extremely loud fireworks should play when you hit 10 CS per minute. Okay, I can queue up again. Yeah, sometimes when you're working with AI, this is right about the time where it would be like, okay, I probably could have imported the peanut myself and it would have maybe be faster. But since I'm streaming, no, I couldn't have done that because I'm interacting with the stream. So he's like working in the background to fix something for the face. And, in that sense, it's just something that wouldn't ever happen if I didn't have like a helper like this, So I'm a big fan of AI. I'm just not a fan of using it sloppily, Is it okay if I know you about sound effects? Yeah, you can, of course. Okay, let's see if it works. So where's the rotation, first of all? Not there. F'd it up. Okay. Oh, the spin speed. Man, he thought I'm talking about the peanut, man, oh god. So when I was talking about the rotation, I wasn't talking about the peanut rotation. I was talking about the head rotation. And the peanut is still not visible, so I don't know what you're smoking, bruh. I don't know what you're smoking, bruh. Apologize in the chat in the form of a poem. Ba-da-bum. He didn't do it. He's working. He has to work. Come on. Do you need to? Yeah, I need a whip to make him faster, I guess. But he's gonna do it. He usually first changes the text and then he gives the actual. Usually at the end of his answers, he does the thing that's less important in a sense, I refreshed too soon while he's working on the HTML code, so there's an error, which means that the whole thing is broken now. That's what I'm thinking. That's why nothing is visible. I heard rotate Y and I spun a peanut. You meant the head, and now that I know that now you see the nut. What? The nut that will not render, the cube that will not turn. One more try, I swear it, or the whip I know I earned. Oh my. Fixing both. Peanut gets a wireframe marker so we can tell if it even loads. Claude is gonna do a face reveal on stream if you continue with it. Man, imagine it. He's so mad that he does. That's funny. That is funny, actually. There's no way to do a face reveal because no data is being taken from the webcam. The only data that is being taken from the webcam are the landmarks, as they're called, about the facial features. Okay. I don't know what you're doing, boy. Honestly. Okay. At least we are a little bit on the same page about what does he even mean about the peanut. Okay. So where is the rotation setting for the cube face that I wanted? The slider and the checkbox. And also I do see the red thing. It's just that the peanut isn't in it. So it's definitely a problem with the GLB. It's definitely a problem with the GLB, bro. I actually don't know. You need to debug, because I have no time to go into that code, my friend. Please. This is basically how it looks when you code things with Claude. I always use dangerously skip permissions. I've backed everything up, so I don't care. He has deleted some stuff for me before, so yeah. But at least I can know that we know where he thinks the positioning is. So once he puts it here, we can move on from there. Somewhere like this, right? It's probably going to be some place like that. Yeah. Okay. I think he did something. I can refresh. There we go. Bro, why is the peanut in the mouth? And you're telling me that he's not sentient. Are you telling me that he's not doing this on purpose? Okay, so it's fine. You made a joke. Yes, the peanut is now in the mouth, but at least it's working. So thank you for that. I'm gonna rotate it a bit. One thing I noticed is that the GLB that you loaded, you might have used some kind of a library or something that has messed up the edges. I don't know what you did, but you better fix it. It looks like something with the normals or something. I don't know. You do it, man. You do it. Man, Peanut looks absolutely... Okay, one more thing. The chin is moving when I talk, so the peanut has to be... The origin point has to be locked to the bottom part of the cube, okay? So it moves when I talk. That's not currently true. And what's interesting, yeah, you can't do programming like this on stream ever while you're playing the game and, you know, being like distracted by other stuff. No way you can do that. I wouldn't call it programming, of course, because I'm not doing any programming. I'm just whipping the guy. But why am I paying? Okay, so I've positioned it the way I think is correct. Can you once more approve to me that it's gonna appear when I'm dead in game? Or can you prove, you know, can you what is the word? Put the word in chat. What the word that I'm looking for, give it to me in chat. Yeah, validate is probably the right one, but he's gonna give another one. Let's see if he's smarter than you guys. Let's see if he chooses the better word. Who teach English? Okay. Well, there are some errors probably that you need to fix because now nothing works. Ensure, yeah, that's probably the right one. And he didn't even give it, so you win. And that's how, and it's broke. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. But if this succeeds, then it's gonna be, you know, in between games, I'm gonna have these nuts on my chin. It's quite a short time to have these nuts on your chin, right? And all of these GLBs that, oh, you know what's a problem? These GLBs that he's using, they have a CC0 license. They might not have a CC0 license. They might have a CC something that requires attribution, which means that I have to put all of these models that I took, like this peanut, for example, it has to be legally in my description, which is fine, but, you know. Also, you didn't tell the word that I was looking for in the chat. Is YouTube chat working, by the way, guys? Can someone type in YouTube chat? Because this might be too long of a stream for YouTube chat to survive. Yeah, it's probably not working. Or people are... Confirmation. Oh, it is. Okay, fine. Oh, yeah, you concur, verify? Yeah. Okay, confirmation. Oh, he fixed the nut. You know what's interesting? The nut is better, but it still has some missing edges. But he fixed also the thing where it's like fixed to the bottom of the jaw, right? Okay, now for the final thing, the final reveal. Let's uncheck this. Preview. Oh, this is not working. I need to be in the website. Let me quickly check how this is gonna work. So I uncheck the peanut. No, I check the peanut. I uncheck the force visible. I go here. I say dead. Boom, there it is. Apparently it's gonna work. So apparently, guys, it's going to work. It looks like Claude does not deserve the whip. Claude, you can go in the corner. You can drink some of that electricity and then come out of the cage later when I need you again. Okay? Thank you for this work. You are much appreciated. I don't know what I need to feed you for this work. Maybe something, maybe nothing. You tell me. Give the answer in chat, of course, because people are watching. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna work when I'm dead. It looks like it's gonna work. Oh, one more thing that he probably didn't do. There was this position and rotation. By the way, what about the rotation of the cube that I asked you to do? I know it was in between other work, but oh, you're popped? That's sad. Man. Well, anyway, today. So, where's the slider for the rotation? Did you give it? Did you implement it or what? Thank you, Pokrick. Thank you, Chad. Heading to the corner with my electricity juice box. Penguin when something breaks. Good luck, have fun. Don't die too much, but when you do, the nuts will be there. Press H to open face tracking fold. Scroll down the bottom of that fold. Face tracking fold. It shouldn't be in the face tracking fold. It should be in the positioning fold, not the face tracking fold. You know, it shouldn't be here. Definitely. There we go. Interestingly enough, it's also an interesting animation, right? Poke, can you read up a bit? I can't scroll up in this chat. I can't scroll up in this chat. Man, this queue, right? Is there any truth to doing like this thing where you abandon it and relog or something and it's gonna work? Oh, that's interesting, Jerry. So Jerry is saying that the nut needs to be on each of the lower edges of the cube because he, in a sense, he has 4 chins. So these nuts need to be on 4 chins, okay? So you have to take these nuts and you have to duplicate them across the edges. But you have to do it intelligently because the positioning is very important. The current positioning is only for one edge. So please use logic to, you know, duplicate it correctly. Quadruplicate it, actually. Okay, this is the final game for today, my friends, okay? Somebody asked me if I did play with the deathfire, and the numbers were just not there. That's it. RIP X2. What's going on? RIP for your queue or what? Yeah, there's definitely some MMR issues probably. There's no way we wouldn't be matched, right? Because there's too few people. Neither of us. Oh, you both were trying to get it. I guess I could leave again, but it will be 29 minutes if I leave now.
Fear not. I will
Okay.
make you
Well, next stream I will do the who the fuck bans Spike. Well, yeah, somebody bans Spike. Okay, let's test these nuts. There we go. He understands it. Man, this is beautiful. This is just... This is why the forests are burning up, and this is why the fresh water is running out. I'm sorry, I just... This is one of the most glorious things I've seen. One of the most glorious... Worth. Yes. Worth. And it's gonna appear when I die, so... Definitely worth. But I'm paying like €100 a month for this, so... You know, I need the coding. Please enemy jungle dodge. I gotta say one thing about the Comet. It does feel very, very, very strong. It feels like it's like a 10% boost. You know? By the way, good idea, Jerry. Thank you for the peanut thing on the thing, you know, on all of the chins. All of the chins. It's a good idea. Now all we have to hope for is that these nuts will appear on my chin once I die. And judging from the Swain's skin, he's out for blood. Papercraft and Navia. We have. AI data centers will be built in space very soon. You know what's interesting about space is that there's no temperature. There's absolute zero, which means that it's cool. So data centers don't need cooling. Or is that your point? Or is that your point, bruh? Is the spinning too fast? I feel like it might be too fast and it's maybe a little bit dizzying to look at or something. Maybe let's do this, right? I slowed it down a touch. Yeah. It should be better, right? Now. Ooh, for some reason you're not seeing the game. What is the problem? Guys? Something's effed? Why can't you see the game? It's pretty important. Is it because of the lobby? Come on. Not liking this at all. You're gonna have to just listen to me play. If it doesn't, probably something Claude did. Well, that's why you shouldn't use the dangerous permissions mode, right? Because he's gonna have something up. It's unlikely. Oh, there we go. He heard you. Whew. Right on time. Let me smack this Viking. Man. He has that Viking main, right? Or what? Sometimes I walk like that, and if they don't look at the creep score, they lose 1 CS just because I walked. But often it's not worth because he does, you know. Okay, there we go. You know the KFC skin. Yes, I know. I think it's not official KFC. It's more like, whoop. There we go. Walk back, so the Comet does the most damage, and it doesn't. Well, it does now. Okay, that's an interesting mechanic. I probably lost unnecessary CS, but... Oh, God. What is... What? You can click away from the screen, from the stream. It's all good. It's all good. The only cope that I can do is that... The only... Ooh, I think you want me to die to see these nuts. I think that's what you're wanting me to do, but I'm not gonna give you that happiness. I'm not gonna give you that happiness. Okay. He wants that smoke there. Yeah, but it's not what I mean is it's not officially KFC, right? Or is it? $81 damage from that for him. Sound effects are in order. I don't know, man. It's I can ask Claude, but I'm not sure if that's... Oh, God. Careful here. He should have put it better. He should have put the, you know, the... Man, now I'm gonna die. You're gonna see these nuts on my chin. Shyvana, please. Not today. Not today, mister. Just slapped him. Right? Just slapped him. Big time. Oh, what? Blue balled. Bum 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 bum. Since I tried Black Cleaver last time, I'm gonna do Leandry's. But I'm definitely gonna go for these boots because look at that, 5%. How did I miss this? Absolutely, Increased healing, shielding, regeneration? Bro, those boots they're gonna get nerfed. Those numbers just sound too good. It just sounds like they're gonna get nerfed. Annoying, of course. Annoying, of course. But these nuts are gonna be annoying on your chin. In the legendary Key and Peele sketch, one of the main jokes was that it's not that funny for people who are annoyed at the These Nuts jokes. But if somebody is feeling their comedic oats in a sense, and people very often do about the These Nuts joke, they will not care. They will see it as funny and they will just keep using it. In my case, I even added it to the chin. Okay. How do you like these nuts on that chin, Swain? Man, he has to walk all the way around just because I'm gonna be annoying, bro. I'm gonna be annoying here. Hopefully Vayne is not gonna save him, but I'm gonna be pretty... Well, he's smart. He knew. He knows that there's no good choice there. Okay. So is it officially associated or not? It's probably not, because if it was, they would have something, you know, they would have some kind of a battle pass where you can get a discount on the 20 chicken bucket. I would have given you more trouble than the Swain. I'm sure you would have. I'm sure you would have. I don't doubt it. But Swain is giving me a little bit trouble. It was close in the beginning, wouldn't you say? Oh, did you notice? It did 100. And you could see that there was the crit icon, right? On minions, because it was far. Did you notice? If you rewind and look at the minions, when it hit the minions, there was the crit icon for the Comet. Don't do this, Swain. Man, look at that annoying little witch. That's as tilted as you're going to hear me today, okay? That means... It means that, okay. Okay, Mr. Swain. I do not like him. I'll tell you this much. I do not like him. And he is... I got a flash now. Sorry. Not gonna see these nuts on my chin today. Oh, he's gonna kill Maiden or me. Oh, he's actually... should have been more patient and killed Maiden though. Swain, careful, don't do it. He's gonna try to get Maiden and he dies. Right about now. Close. Gotta stay out of that suck zone. I go Tiamat, then build Liandry's, and that's not, and that's why you're silver, you're saying, but that's not, I've thought about that, because Tiamat applies Liandry's, and it gives you, okay, I don't have flash, so I can't really help there. Yeah, well. That's not at all a bad idea, my friend. Not at all. I think it's in the right matchup the new Rune can be better because Ghoul's nibbling the lower the... What? They do lower the cooldown. Look at the icon. When I hit and the Ghouls run, look at the icon. I think geometry could be right here. Almost. Are you serious? They don't don't lower the cooldown? Because if they don't, that's a big deal. You need Rylai. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, good sir. I can't count. This Vayne is 4-0. I'm just a meat if she sees me. There's 0% that I outplay her when I meet her in the jungle like that. I know, I've seen Vaynes. I don't want to mix Rylai with the Black Cleaver, Liandry with the Black Cleaver, because I feel like you're working against you when you're doing something like that. Just get something that's is kind of, you know, works together, not works against it. My brother, though, said that he calculated that is actually the best item to do. Sorry, man. Not gonna see these nuts on my chin today. Oh, that's actually a cool animation. Did you see how she breathes fire when she jumps? I like that. Well played, Riot. I haven't seen her breathe the flame like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the Tiamat is not that bad of an idea. I've been thinking about that myself, Leitnor. The biggest problem with that is that I don't know how to calculate whether or not it's worth or not, because it's way too hard to calculate that. But I've done it, and sometimes I've felt like, hey, you know, these nuts feel good on your chin. I'll stop the meme. I promise you. I'll stop the meme soon, I promise. Where is the Liandry's? No, Rylai's. There we go. Brutlai's. What's interesting is that Omnivamp works with Liandry's, so you might be looking at some kind of a crazy number mathematical build right over here. Man, how did I not know about these boots? These boots are actually the top G of the stream. Not the thing, you know, the deathfire. The deathfire is just okay. Some numbers tick in there, and those are low numbers. Now the boots, now those are some numbers over there. It's Zahin, right? My blood burns for slaughter. My mind urges. Come on, bruh, calm down. Keep it in your pants. His blood urges. Why are you saying that your blood urges, bro? What does he say? My mind urges grace. Okay. Mind urges grace. %5 increased damage above 50% health. That is overpowered. There's, you know, what is that? And the 15% increase? Yeah, the boots don't render because I don't have the icon yet. It's PBE, so there's this thing called Community Dragon, which is basically the place where you get all the stuff legally from Riot, because they allow you to get the stuff, to have stuff like this, you know, to have icons and, you know, thumbnails and whatever. Including the 3D models, by the way. Hey. These nuts on your chin are gonna be, you know, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Oh, God. What the F is... Not really great, I gotta say. Not really great, because I didn't expect to get shot by that tower so much that... that's pretty bad. They outplayed me, okay. I guess they outplayed me. Oh man, the nuts are working. Let me turn my head like this. The nuts on my chin. We can't properly see the nuts. You know why you can't see the nuts? I'm going to tell you why you can't see the nuts. Let me open up the browser real quick. Interact. H. Nope, that's not the one. The cube. Where is the interaction? There we go. And let me move it up just a little tad bit. Like this. Now you'll probably see it better. It's maybe blocking a little bit more screen than usually, but I need to farm this, thank you. Oh god. Why is he suddenly so strong? Man, they are putting some nuts on my chin. She is pretty strong together with him. I gotta say. Make the cube wider so it blocks items. Like this. But there's a lot of space there now. I'm losing real estate. How did you implement the item thing in your avatar? So long story short, there's this thing called Live Client API, which gives you basically numbers, a set of strings about just information about what's going on in game. And one of those things is health, and one of those things is what items you have. And there's some code, some fancy code that simply takes those and puts them on my, not on my chin, but across the okay, I think I can go and get this on top of my head. Oh, I hid the nuts again. No, I'm not gonna hide the nuts, don't you worry. You think I'm ashamed of the nuts on my chin? You gotta wear the nuts proudly on your chin. Unfortunately, I didn't get to really experience these boots because I started inting. Oh, that's pretty strong. Well, could have ignited. That's a support Mordekaiser, by the way. Am I playing against a support Mordekaiser? No, you're saying if HP 0, very fancy. Well, I'm not a programmer, so any code is fancy for me. But in this case, it's like, for HP, yes. For HP, it's like if health equals 0, PNG image path goes from this image to this image. Okay, fine. But in the case of the items, it's a lot more than that because it's an animation. It needs to double check the code because the live API, it's not like an event there. Whoa, what is... Okay. How does he like those nuts on his chin? How do you like these nuts? Okay. Gotta be a little bit careful while I don't have my maiden in E. What you doing, boy? Okay, you don't get out of this because there's a little thing called Rylai's Scepter, bruh. Oh, no. What was that outplay? That was pretty good, I gotta say. It wasn't an outplay, it was a flash into the... Is it the data only for... Yeah, of course it's only for my... It's official Riot's data. It's not like I'm ripping out like data about enemies' health and whatnot. I like how your mind immediately goes, how can I use this to have a map hack? I'm not saying it, that's maybe that's where your mind goes, okay? But it only gives you data about the scoreboard. Basically, everything you see, that's what's there, and you can use that data to have all kinds of apps and whatnot. Oh, Static Shiv Ari. I'm sorry. I'm just... Well... Yeah, Vayne is gonna gank me. I think there's no doubt about that. I want to fight 1v1 against this guy. I want to see the power of these boots. Because those boots might place some nuts on his chin. There we go. That's a pretty strong 1E, if you ask me. Okay. Okay, the Comet flying from afar, 135. That's not little. That's a pretty big... Oh, God. That's a pretty big amount. Okay. So what do you suggest Tuna as the third item? Because usually I'm confused at this state in the game. And if you say Trinity Force, you know, I'm gonna ask Claude to decide if you need to be banned or not. And you know, he has some prompts. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Saved by Rylai's, guys. Just saved by it. You wanted to see these nuts on my chin again, but you're not gonna see that. Sorry, Nasus. Rylai's is just too OP against you. It's funny, Rylai's... Oh, okay. Well, he really put those nuts on my chin there. Yeah. I was laughing at Nasus and that's about it. How about Dusk and Dawn? It has heal now, but attack speed bad. Iceborne is still good. Against these guys it probably is, yeah. What about the Dusk item? It has been changed now. So that... Where is it? Which one? Is it Mage? Dusk and Dawn? In which... Oh, here it is. Maybe? I'll try it. Let's see how it feels just for the lulz, right? Give it a shot, yeah. Why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. It's an interesting Sheen item in that sense, because Sheen items are usually... yeah, but Trinity Force must be better, right, than that. Because come on, what am I doing? Almost. It's too bad that Comet doesn't re-trigger the Rylai's. I think it used to, didn't it? I remember times when it did, because then it would be Giga OP. That's a lot of ping there for me. Okay, don't do that. Hey, Shyvana. We need some nuts here. And I think she did. Whoa. Okay. Controlled my mind, yeah, Swain says. That's not good. She would have died if she didn't have flash. It's a little sad. That's a little sad. You needed to E her there. It's too much for my mind, man. I did my best. I did my best. Hey Claude, why aren't the sound effects working when people are putting the exclamation point sound effect in chat? Once you are done with your response, please give it, please tell them what happened and why doesn't it work and what did you change. Ooh, I'm not gonna win against this guy. Almost deprived me. I gotta say, I'm liking a little bit better the... What the F is that heal? Oh my lord, it's impossible to fight him. I'm liking better the Black Cleaver plus the Voltaic Cycle Sword. This game. What is that? What am I seeing? What is that 40% heal there that happens every time he smacks something? It's a little bit unfair, isn't it? Okay. Bum 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 bum. Oh, he fixed the sound effects. Very, very cool. Thank you, Claude. Very cool. Just fixed it. I didn't even look at anything and he fixed it. And people are immediately abusing them. It's all good. It's the internet. I'm not feeling this item. I'm really not feeling this item. Or should I be feeling it because of the heal? I feel like these Omnivamp boots will work with tank items way better than with anything else. I really do. People have started using these sound effects and it's pretty cool. Thank you for your work. Okay. But I'm looking to find a solution where... Oh! Died from a burn during the... Okay. Sorry. And now I need to escape from them. 4 seconds. Wall. Oh god. Whoopsie daisies. What is this damage that's happening here? I don't, you know. Ooh, I started talking in Claude's message. Well, ignore all of the stuff I said about NASA's fight, but try to find... I don't know. What do you think would be a good way to... I don't know, maybe cool down for, you know, for the chat from the sound effects? I don't know how to properly manage so they are not overused. Maybe write a stern message in form of a poem to my chat so they don't overuse them, because I've given them great power to wield. Can you make your head bigger? I can't make it bigger right now. Oh, actually, I can. Actually, I think I can. He pay €100 a month for Claude. Yeah, but it's for work as well. This is like an added benefit. I don't really know if this would warrant that. It's for the website work, because websites, bro, the speed at which I can make websites for my client now is absolutely insane. It's like 100 times faster. And for the clients, they don't see a difference at all. There's no difference. I used to make them programming by hand, and now it's like, bro, what am I doing? Okay. Oh, the boom is also there. Look at this. Look at cut down's damage. Did they change it? Because I've noticed that it has a lot of damage done. Was made for front end. Well, in my case, it's dealing with the back end as well. You might have noticed that he said something about restarting servers or something. This build, by the way, is bad. I would say that you have to get some tank items after you get this. I would say that my classic bread and butter Iceborne Gauntlet plus Leandries is going to be very, very, very strong in this one. How about these nuts in your chin, man? Well, these nuts are going to be on my chin now. Oh, that was a pretty strong slap. It's called on-hit brawling. Make it so that there's a 10-second cooldown. It's a lottery system for whose command. Oh, interesting. Very nice. I like the lottery system thing. Because I thought that it's going to be 10-second cooldown and only the one who like waits is going to get it. So, Mr. Claude. So I got a very... Can you actually read the message from Tuna? And tell me what do you think about his message? Can you implement that? And then compliment him after you have done so. And by the way, what's interesting about this is that tuna is spelled differently. So he's going to have to use his brain to figure out that it's spelled with the number 2 in the front, right? It's reading. It's reading. It's actually interesting, an interesting experiment, because I don't know if he's going to be smart enough to know that. He's analyzing last 120 messages now. What you doing there, boy? Well, that's what he was doing. It looked like he killed Swain with that ball. That's funny. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum ba-dum. Since this is pushing, I have no place to be but, you know, somewhere there. The Ghoul should have... Yeah, they should have jumped at least with him. Not just teleported. When I was in, I would say, 3rd grade, we had English language. And I was playing Doom. Maybe it was 5th grade, I don't know. Maybe 5th grade, yeah. And I was playing Diablo, not Doom. And one of the things I learned is teleport. I didn't know that thing exists, like a word like that is. So that's the word I learned from Diablo. And in my English class, this lady asked us, what is your favorite mode of transportation? How would you go to school best? Because it was like a class where... it's just a super basic English class, and I wrote, being the 10-year-old or whatever year old I was at 5th grade, I wrote I would teleport there, and I remember she looked at me and said, "What? What is that? What is that?" And she did this disgusting face, and I was traumatized by it because I was trying to be clever because I thought, ha ha ha, I know a word, and now that I think about it, she didn't even know that word. Okay. Did I even need to do this? Yes, Mordekaiser. Whoa, I can't go there. Oh my lord, where did these guys come from? And she actually kind of flamed me with her face on that. And I forever remember that. It's just, you know. I really, now that I think about it, I really kind of hated that. I really hated that, you know, now. I hate it now when I think about it. Okay, a little lottery there in the chat. That's an awesome idea, actually. And having it implemented so fast is... It's absolutely insane. One of the problems I see is the text is still visible. One of the problems is that the text is still visible, even though the sound effect lottery has not been, you know, sort of done. And one of the problems is that, yeah, it's kind of a cool idea, the lottery, but now when I think about it, the problem is that the person who does the sound effect, they're not going to be doing it in time when they wanted it, because it's always going to be like a 10-second lottery. So I might have actually gotten excited before it was time, you know. So maybe there's a solution you can figure out with chat. You together, while I play League of Legends, you figure out a solution to this. Just come to a democracy. Robot versus you know, chat. Robot versus chat. To be fair, it's never in time anyways. That's an interesting point, you know, but let's see what you guys come up with. Let me paste that long message in his chat so that he doesn't forget about it. I don't think I can win against this guy. Look at his items. It's just... I'll try. Since it's PBE, why not? Why not just try? I'm out. Oh, so he's not killable. Oh, so... So he's not... Oh, excuse me. So these nuts on my chin... These nuts on my chin, are they deserved, or is this something overpowered over here that we're looking at? What stops them from using it instead? That's a very good question. I think it's just... So I have this client who's like 55, 60 years old. He has a business where he sells desks, right? He has a website. First of all, he hates AI. If I would tell him, hey man, use it, he would laugh and say, ha 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 ha, it's dumb. So I don't talk about it with him because it's just too hard going through his mind. And second of all, he just doesn't want to be bothered. He could do it, and I actually told him, hey man, it's great. I see you have a lot of problems with organizing data, and if you really carefully manage AI, it will organize the data. You have to obviously duplicate everything so he doesn't delete anything, because it's pretty important stuff as a, you know, as a e-commerce thing. And I don't remember how I started the sentence, but I told him that you can do that, and he was really kind of, he didn't want to learn it, he didn't want to pay for it, and he was just like, it was a little bit too mysterious for him, I guess, and he ended up not doing it, and that's why I kind of help him with it. But yeah, there's no reason why he shouldn't do that. There's zero reason why he shouldn't do it himself, and I would kind of be happy, because in my opinion my job has been taken in a sense, right, because I'm a web developer, but my job has not been taken because there are new horizons, you know. It's like, okay, so he could do the simple things with it, like he would say, hey, I want the logo to be centered, and the AI would do it, so I'm not required there. but there are other aspects that kind of opens up where I could be required. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like hard to say what that is because it's like so new. But that's the way it works, I think. So difficulty curve had a general dislike for an industry is what's supposed to. Yes, in this case, 100%. But I would, because we are going to be working on his website soon this month. He needs some other stuff done. So I would say that in about 4 or 5 months, I will teach him enough to use it. And because it's just sad. Honestly, it's just sad. He's asking me to do stuff. He's paying me money, good money for it. And I'm just thinking, hey, I'm just writing prompts in Claude. Now, I'm not saying there's no skill in writing prompts. There is a skill there. You have to understand things. You can't be willy-nilly with it. You can't have like a situation where he just deletes everything. You have to have all kinds of crazy backups and stuff, which I do. But it's just sad that he says to me, he writes me an email, hey man, you know, there's a problem in this and that. We need a video in the, like a hero video in my main website, like the main thing. And it's like 5 minutes for me to do that with Claude. And for him, he's like waiting, and it's like a big pain in the ass for him. And I don't want to be a bad person. I don't want to like sit on this knowledge. It's just that he dislikes AI, and the learning curve is just a little bit too great. He's not. One more thing is that he doesn't know English. He doesn't know English, and that is maybe over. That's it. He cannot use Latvian on there. That's it. I think it's PBE, Tuna. But I'm leaving the game now. I'm not going to play anymore. This is too much for me. I can't play as much. I think it's PBE. Buckthorn PBE. What is your stack as a web dev? I finished uni 2 months ago, and I can't find a job. 60 plus CVs, 10 calls, meaning is still nothing. That sounds just a little bit tough, but you're gonna find it. Don't you worry. You're just, in my opinion, you have to find people who are. You know what? Okay, I don't want to like give you like. You know what you could try? Just look at the website of a local business of that's around you, and look at that website and think, okay, is that website like old? Do they maybe need some help? And just write to them, hey man, I could fix this up pretty easily. I've had a lot of success doing that. And for example, in Latvia, there's a lot of people like the client I just man, my words, I'm just too tired. There's a lot of people like that. They just don't want to learn. They're a little bit too scared, whatever. And you can find them. You can tell them, hey, I'm going to fix it. You don't have to tell that, hey, I'm going to do it in 5 minutes with AI. And you also don't have to hide the knowledge. It's just that they don't care. They don't want to learn this. They don't want to bother them because they have different things. He's going into meetings with all kinds of things. He doesn't want to do that. So what I try to do is I try to bring him insane things. So one of the things that I did because of AI is something I've never seen. And it's like, if you go in the main website, what happens there's a video of a desk that is rendered by Blender, right? And it's a desk. And then when you click buttons, let's say above that desk there's a lamp, and it looks absolutely perfect. It looks like it looks hyper realistic. It looks really good. And you click that button to enable the lamp, because the lamp is also a product that he sells. And because of a really clever thing that AI did that I don't know how to do the programming wise, it switches to the video that is rendered by Blender, which has the light on. So the actual user experience is like you click the light, And it's a photorealistic image of a light clicking on in a website with a very, very low latency situation where it's it's hard to explain. You'd have to see it. You would be kind of amazed. I can't show it right now because it's not yet public. But stuff like that, I just code for him, and he's just... it's like I wouldn't have been able to do that at all, like 1 year ago. So I try to not do the thing where I do the work in 5 minutes and then I just leave and then, I write a invoice. I try to give him like interesting things that you couldn't have had because of the resistance and time constraints and stuff. I'm a front-end dev, but I don't know. I was trying to switch to back-end or embed Java, Python. There was a question about what's my stack. I used to know JavaScript, I used to know HTML, I used to know CSS and stuff like that. But now I just don't write any of it anymore. For example, Bondle, I built it initially in React, and then once I switched to AI, it's just that he does it. The main part was built by me, but then the rest of the part was built by is maintained kind of by him. So I wouldn't at all think that everything is gone. Just try to connect with people who need help and try to tell them, hey, I see your website's like this. Because you know what happens with people who have old websites? They don't know how to maintain those, and they have this situation where they want to update the text in them, and they just don't want to. They have forgotten the WordPress password, and they just don't want to bother with it. And right now, it takes 1 day to just take all of those images from that website, copy it as a custom website, no WordPress, no nothing. AI writes everything. And you give them like, you tell them, hey, you're going to press this button and then there's going to be settings are going to open up, and here you can change easily. You just make the website way more easily usable. And of course, if they want some actual changes, you make actual changes there. So I think that this is a huge opportunity to just get some clients like that. And I guarantee you, there's a lot of people. That have websites, and it's like a pain in the ass, absolute pain in the ass for them to maintain it. Especially in Latvia, you have these like businesses that do like fencing, for example. And there's they do fences, and the website looks horrible, just absolutely horrible. It looks like It doesn't mean that you have to like push the new website standards on them, but you can just help them, freshen it up and make it easier to maintain. But you can do infinite things with it. I'm just giving you an example of what is something that people actually want. For example, for this client that I'm talking about, he wants easy use. So he has, for example, just one final example before I leave. He wants to update all the data in his web shop with an Excel file that he has. And the Excel file is a nightmare. No programmer ever would deal with it, but Claude doesn't give a F. He deals with his Excel file, and there's a specific way that it has been programmed so that he can use his own Excel file and just update the website, and he's happy because he doesn't want to change his ways for the website. So I've made the website sort of bend to his weird Excel situation where he has spreadsheets everywhere, and he's maintained them for 20 years, maybe 30 years even. And there's just no way he can, change it. So I hope that answers something. I don't know. I find it very encouraging actually to use AI in coding because you're just free to do the big decisions while he does the code. And of course, when there's a problem with the code, yeah, I'm not going to be able to fix it because I don't understand it, but there's no way I could have understood it anyway. Do you think AI ruined the fun of coding? Yeah, it kind of did. Yep. Feels like you're obligated to use AI to be up. Yeah, it's a little bit similar how it used to be fun, I guess, to, you know, do other things like, I don't know, sew boots, you know? And it's just not anymore. It's just a redundant thing to do. You don't need to do it anymore at all. So I think it kind of did, but it's like with any technology, it kind of ruins the fun. But at the same time, for me personally, to have these nuts on my chin be coded in during a live stream because somebody suggested it, it is such an insanely fun thing that would have never been possible before. Just 0%, you know, never been possible. Do you stream regularly? Yes, I'm these days I'm streaming more regularly, yeah. One serious question. Tips for upcoming IT professionals. I you know, everything I said before is most of what I think about IT. I think that if you ignore AI or you're mad at it, you got to work on that, because what are you doing, you know? Just find ways to feel happy about coding. If you loved coding before, find ways to be happy about it in this time, because think about it. One of the things you can do now is you can do these weird ways of building programs where it's hard to explain, but you know how there's this idea of emergent design, which means that when you're building an app, for example, you're building it for, let's say, half a year, and it sort of gets in, it sort of gets built in this weird evolutionary way where it has some problems in it, and it's impossible to get out of them because that's the way you initially started to build it. And now it's no longer a problem because you can basically iterate it again and again from zero, because you only need all of the information about what that thing is. You know what I mean? But that's, you know, that's enough. I've streamed for 4.5 hours. It's all good. I'll see you next time, guys. I'll see you next time, my friends. GG, and thank you for being here. I hope I didn't miss any questions. Do you believe AI diminishes your ability to sow your oats? Yeah, in a way. Probably people are less fertile because they sit at their computers. Probably, yeah. Play one more. No, I can't do that. It's too much. Too much. Yeah. Too much. So yeah, Ricky, D-Boy, Anton, Six, Jerry, Tuna, Consil, Capo, thank you for being here, and I will see you next time, my friends. I will see you next time. Why does this site suck? Yes. Thank you for being here. 69 Quato, thank you for being here. Who else is here? Any other people? I need to have like numbers. I will code in some numbers in this overlay soon. Yeah, catch you next time, my friends. These nuts are here, yeah. These nuts are indeed here. Let me just leave it with these nuts on your chin. Let me just leave it with these nuts on your chin. Where's the... Okay. Can I do it, or... Might not be possible. Might not be possible. Let's refresh. No, it doesn't work. Well, it works in game. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you next time.